Welcome to the first symposium of technology and innovation in Brazil. We're going to discuss the importance of technology and innovation in hemotherapy services, highlighting how these technologies can use processes, promote solutions, and improve the challenges that we have nowadays. Technology and innovation contribute towards modernization in health. And we're going to highlight how hemotherapy services with innovations such as telemedicine, chatbots, and AI. And so for us to begin with our program for today, my name is Tatiana Rebouças, and we're going to begin now with our program. I'm going to invite for our first talk Dr. Dailana Regia, who's educational supervisor at the Pró-Hemo Institute and also helps with the Hemocentros Unidos. So the role of technology and innovation in strengthening of hemotherapy services in Brazil. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's with a great satisfaction that we receive all the participants in this first symposium of technology and innovation of hemocenters in Brazil, being organized by the Instituto Pró-Hemo Saúde, Hemocentros Unidos, with support from ISBT. It's with a great honor that we talk about such an important topic for health services and, of course, for chemotherapy services as well. Our opening talk, we're going to address the role of technology and innovation in strengthening chemotherapy services in Brazil. Given by myself, I'm a physician, educational supervisor, and responsible for the Hemocentros Unidos project. In IPH, doctorate in biotechnology and health from the Biotech Lab from the State University of Ceará, UESC, and a specialist in clinical hematology and blood banks. It's very important that we can emphasize more and more technology and innovation in health services, as well as chemotherapy services, because this sector helps us with new strategies that allows for our services to become safer and with other alternatives that can help us in early diagnosis, earlier therapies, and consequently improving health outcomes and better prognosis for our patients, and also a better management of our blood donors. When we talk about tech innovation and health, we need to reinforce that the application of scientific knowledge, technology, in order to solve problems that come up in different sectors and that impact changes in diagnosis and therapy and the prognosis, helping in the reduction of costs and also the qualification of our professionals and improvement in the healthcare process. When we talk about technology and innovation, it's important to understand that part of scientific research as an answer to a need from health services, where our studies, our strategies, they aim to help the demands from health services. So from this need, researchers and healthcare professionals who work in health services, who can also be researchers from the institution, start to suggest proposals for solutions that can also be innovative. And from there, the research group, the group of collaborators that's part of technology and innovation, with professionals that are directly in touch with these needs, can analyze the feasibility for strategies, and we can continue with the necessary studies in order to be implemented. And so we'd like to reinforce since the beginning that in health and hemotherapy services, from technology and innovation, there's the production of scientific knowledge to serve the population. It's also important to reinforce that in health, with investments in technology, that's a fundamental strategy so that we can have important breakthroughs in technology, like we implement every day, but also in the improved results, enhanced results in order to help our patients and follow up of donors and to seek solutions for our daily problems. And this is what really drives innovation. We cannot do any of this without having this initial guidance of our services and to help with alternatives for donors and patients and other ways that they could be cared for in a safer manner and to be positively assessed. Technological assessment in health needs to have a balance between costs associated, the impact and the quality of care, and also a balance in terms of its social value in a tangible and untangible manner. Thinking about the outcomes for the individual, the community, the patient's family. And so we see that this is a result, an outcome that impacts way more. It goes way beyond the healthcare services. But the whole population, the whole community, not only the patient, but the patient's family, all are benefited with these breakthroughs. And so besides benefits for the institution and healthcare services, the entire system involved is also being benefited. When we talk about technology and innovation, quite often there's a limited understanding of only development and the deployment of some equipment or automation. That's it as well, but it's not only limited to that. We understand more and more that technological innovation in health goes way beyond understanding needs and problems to be solved, knowledge of professionals that come up with new alternatives to solve problems, the creativity that favors alternatives, also based on the experience of healthcare professionals and also the human experience of donors and patients. What will be the response of the users that use technology and innovation that's being proposed and that's being validated? And so a proposal for individual care depending on what has been identified. And so it's really important to implement technology and innovation in healthcare services and for hemotherapy services, guaranteeing greater safety and security, also minimizing risks and also non-compliance, the optimization of these processes and results, alternative care and different strategies that can be deployed, and better diagnosis and better prognosis, cost reductions for public health, and many, many others. Technology and innovation generates many benefits from a better diagnosis that's more accurate and quicker, also more engagement of all stakeholders involved, a reduction of operational costs, the development of strategies and prophylaxis and diagnosis and early therapies that are more accessible and more specific depending on the strategy, more efficacious treatment and customized treatment, better access to health, increase in the reliability of healthcare processes, improvement of management processes, and collaboration between teams. breakthroughs in research and the development of healthcare equipment, the strengthening of national production to increase the access of the Brazilian population to new therapies such as new drugs, vaccines, or other health technologies, the reduction of health costs by the reduction of the importation of inputs, or economic growth by means of development and innovation of new technology in our country, amongst others. And so as we can see, there's so many benefits. And when we talk about technology and innovation applied to hemotherapy services, it's important to highlight that we count on a public network and coordinators, more than 60 regional hemocenters that are specialized services, reference in chemotherapy, and that have relevant strategies and technology and innovation already deployed in their services, or are still in a study phase or validation phase. So in our public services, in most of these services, we can already see different strategies that help in the optimization of processes, that also help in greater safety and security in each step of the way, each cycle. So we can already apply in the different phases of the blood cycle. We can use different technology, strategies that help with the triage of blood, but also the exams that are done. So that means greater reliability, greater safety and security in these processes. And since the follow-up of the donor until the obtention of the donor, the qualification of the staff that will be directly in contact with donors, with patients. And so we can already identify in the follow-up of temperature, in the distribution of blood bags and storage, different alternatives that the tech and innovation sectors that we see in public hemo centers in Brazil, we can already see these breakthroughs and making it so that our services, that are specialized services, counting on qualified professionals, at least at a level of specialists, but we count with those that have master's level, doctorate level, and also chemotherapy services, technicians that every day try to qualify and improve their knowledge base so that they can provide a service that will guarantee a great level of quality to be offered to patients and the population. And here we have some examples that actually will be taking a deep dive during our symposium. So these are talks where we'll be able to understand these strategies, these alternatives in further detail. And we're at the first edition, and of course in other opportunities we'll be able to see other strategies that are applied today in different services that are actually a reference not only in Brazil, but throughout the world when we talk about technology and innovation. So this online system for real-time transfusion prescription and monitoring, together with Emosi and IPH, we also have AI helping in obtaining donors and encouraging the engagement of donors through AI technology. This has been developed in Hemominas. AI in triage of donors, where we use AI not only for inspection of components, but also the triage of donors. That's already being developed at Pró-Sangue São Paulo. Process management through technology and innovation development in hemotherapy, helping in transfusion management process. And so we can see that we have today strategies deployed all the way from process management to qualification, education of our professionals, and also health education for donors and systems, electronic systems, AI, equipment, and many other alternatives that are implemented today in public hemotherapy services. Internationally, I'd like to highlight what's being developed and being validated. A risk model for intra-op blood transfusion. This is happening in the US and Germany. They've been developing studies to help in this prediction. And also, we're developing a technology that will decrease the risks of reactions. Also, CAR T cells and treatment against cancer that uses the patient's T cells. We collect this and modify this in the laboratory to identify and to specifically attack the cancer cells, and later will be given back to the patient's body. So now the patient's own cells that are now modified can directly fight the cancer cells. A monitoring process with a shared system to monitor blood inventory. This is a partnership with the Federal University of Ceará and educational strategies like technology geared towards blood donors in clinical triage. This is being developed as well. The Health Observatory, Public Health Observatory, thinking about hemotherapy and medication and blood, developed by the Federal University of Bahia for reflection, critical analysis, and public policies in Brazil, applied for each area so that we can analyze and seek documents and public policies geared towards hematology and hemotherapy. Protein expression, where we're developing studies for recombinant therapies that help in diagnosis by HTLV1 and or HTLV2 and use of recombinant therapies. The Connecta system, access in one single platform in a quick manner with the patient's main clinical data, helping with more assertive decision making, developed at EMOSI. Also, we like to highlight EMOSI Inovador program that helps with the development of research in specific areas and knowledge and seeking solutions for institutional needs of clients, patients, and workers with hematology and hemotherapy. The program is a way to guide and how this strategy and innovation within Hemocentro can be more practical and optimized, and the application in the tech and innovation services. Now, the benefits: lab diagnosis processes with greater quality and safety and security, expansion of access to such processes, efficacious management that's data-driven, and information regarding quality to add value to decisions in order to improve the process, the diagnosis of hematologic disease in the right time, the availability for users to have access to advanced technology with better outcomes, more quality and safety, efficacious technology that are accessible in hematology and hemotherapy, access of the patients to advanced therapy in hematology and hemotherapy, the deployment of homogeneous processes with the reduction of waste, the strengthening of teams and leaders, and also more precise and accurate information, amongst others. In order to have this development in technology and innovation in healthcare services and hemo centers, it's important that we understand of the national policy for science, technology, and innovation in health. This is where I highlight the strengthening of our national efforts in science and technology in health, addressing an effort from the Ministry of Health, but also from health services, so there can be an articulation of those that are responsible for the training of new researchers, support for scientific initiation in hemotherapy services and other health services, the creation and expansion and diversification and guarantee to continue the sources of funding for research and development and health that are directly associated to technology and innovation. Also, management of different science, technology, and innovation strategies, the strengthening of partnerships between public administration for health, encouragement to create and support science, technology, and innovation centers in health services, in hemo centers, the encouragement of workers to participate in scientific research, bringing together more and more technicians with researchers, understanding that they are directly in contact with the need, with problems to be solved, and so these technicians can also be researchers, and they can also work directly with the research team, coming together and analyzing the results from such studies. We can have a broader assessment and after to refine our strategies, more applied to the initial demand. In continued investments in improving research infrastructure and technological development, the encouragement and articulation between centers that are more developed and others less developed, technical cooperation between countries, where in collaboration, it's very important to have mutual breakthroughs, more developed technologies, and that could also help with other services. And this exchange of experience and validation in different services, as well as the interaction with different states, different regions in Brazil, and also the interaction, the exchange of information and technology with other countries. It's important to mention that we have some important points of attention in the implementation of technology and innovation, where initially we need to identify the problem, the needs of the services, the whole process that's being developed, and to evaluate and suggest strategies so that we can solve many of these needs that have been identified. After these strategies, it's important to analyze the ethical aspects, ethical feasibility, so that we can organize the research project, the implementation of the strategy, and scientific studies. And the analysis of the results that were generated that can be positive and feasible. And so we can initiate the validation process. After implementation and the strategy that was implemented and the expansion, other steps of the services, and those that want to be part of the strategy. And the strategy to strengthen the Technology and Innovation Center, it's important to mention that hemotherapy services need the teaching and research to be well structured, and also technology and innovation that walk hand in hand. And a major part of these services today have such services, and so many services have technology and innovation with new scientific research and validation. And so services, as they advance, also represent ethics committees that are integrated to such services, the development of scientific institutions, also the development of the institution, and you can develop a center for technological innovation and also intellectual property policies to propose solutions for the needs. We need to assess from the research processes that were developed with these solutions, and we need to protect these solutions. And so intellectual property associated to other important strategies in this whole process. And for the strengthening of hemotherapy services, technology and innovation, it's important to mention the need to obtain resources, parliamentary amendments, and even there is a roundtable where we're going to address here at the symposium those benefited by government programs or institutional programs, such as the technology modernization program, Pró-Hemo, that helps with equipment, in the procurement of equipment. It's important for the infrastructure here in the state of Ceará, for example. Another example of breakthroughs in these technologies and innovation is the reality of Hemominas that has more than 400 projects being developed because of its technical and scientific production, including articles, books, manuals, protocols with intellectual property, including patents, brands. And so they have many research projects, development and innovation done in partnership with other institutions and coming up with innovative solutions with chemotherapy, where Fundação Minas has the right to these protected technologies. Hemominas also has experience with scientific institutions and public and state innovation, providing services to public institutions, private institutions, technical, specialized services, emphasizing on innovation, scientific research, and also validations, studies, projects in Hemominas that has an innovation center since 2009. And in order to strengthen the tech sector, we need to highlight the collaboration between institutions, the collaboration between different hemo centers, the same state coordinators at a regional level. It's extremely important to strengthen the expansion and better understanding of the strategies. Also, the partnership with universities, research centers, institutions such as Pró-Hemo Saúde, that also collaborates in technology innovation with hemotherapy services, direct collaboration with governments, with companies. So collaboration in technology and innovation is extremely important to have growth and more development and the evaluation of technologies. So in this way, we can say that in Brazil, this is being driven by technological solutions that optimize each step of the way, making it more safe and efficient, storage, monitoring of temperature, even the experience of the donor. So it's a reality in hemotherapy services to use technology, breakthroughs, innovation, strategies that allow services and products be reliable and have very high quality. Intelligent devices are used to make the process safer and more efficient, where we have national and international trends, such as the production of more innovation in the future. Currently, the donation process is safer thanks to integrated solutions, innovative software solutions, strategies that are produced, blood triage, new types of equipment, new methodologies in each process, in each step of the way, guaranteeing more and more that chemotherapy services can provide top quality services, more humanized and innovative for donors and for patients that are benefited in each state of our country and each hemo center of our country. So these are the main references that I've cited. I would really like to thank all of you for your attention and have an excellent event. And each talk here can help you with the breakthroughs of our services in hemotherapy throughout Brazil. Because it's not only the service, like I mentioned in the beginning, but also the healthcare professionals, the entire population, the families, all agents involved with hemo centers have a lot to gain when the hemo center advances more and more in teaching, in research, in technology, and innovation. Thank you so much, everyone. And now our panel with interaction. We have Dr. Dailana. We have many questions for you, Dr. Dailana. And so let's begin with a question from Santa Catarina. Dr. Dailana, how technology, for example, AI, and process automation, how can they contribute for standardization and greater safety and security in transfusion centers in Brazil? Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to really thank all of you for this opportunity to participate in such an important event for science and technology and innovation with chemotherapy services. I would like to highlight that it's a great honor and it's great for us at the Instituto Pró-Hemo Saúde, IPH, helping with more knowledge and processes that are developed. And to answer the question, I would like to highlight the Brazilian system because we have highly qualified professionals in a service that's public, that belongs to our public healthcare service and serving our population. And why do I want to begin by highlighting and strengthening this characteristic of a specialized chemotherapy service? Because when we talk about technology, innovation, these are strategies that are here to add. We need to understand that the people, the labor is unreplaceable. So highly qualified, because Dr. Tatiana is from Hemotherapy Services, you know what it's like. Professionals are always updating, seeking new information, new strategies to help donors and patients. So we need to highlight that when we talk about technology and innovation, this is all here to help us in this construction process of our main product, which is blood. And so when we talk about AI and automation, we can optimize our processes. We can create processes that are more reliable, provide greater safety and security, guaranteeing more reliability in our products, and consequently collaborating with the total safety, security, and total quality of what will be supplied. But we will have the work of professionals that are extremely qualified in our area associated to these strategies, impacting the pre-analytical sector, and mainly in pre-analytical because we know the risk of the greater quantity of non-compliance is in the pre-analytic sector, and after in the analyses that are done in the distribution, the storage, monitoring of temperature. So the entire process that the blood goes through in order to supply a very reliable product to our population. And I'm very, very happy as a healthcare professional, as a user of the public healthcare system, to have a service, a public hemotherapy service that provides certification, that provides extremely qualified professionals, and still supplies equipment with high technology, high performance equipment that collaborates in this highly reliable product for each donor, for each patient. That's right. Technology have the power to be a tool or a strategy to facilitate and to provide more trust in databases. Today we have AI changing the landscape of how we work, because today we use this every day. So technology, really, we need to adapt. It's inspiring to think about this, and we really need to include this in what we do every day so we can modernize in this contemporary world with so much technology. We need to add knowledge, add value, and above all, add more qualification of the care that's provided. And also hemotherapy for blood donors, these volunteers that leave their homes to donate blood to save lives. We have many questions. Really, we have many questions. So there's another question here from São Paulo. Okay. What are the strategies that can be adopted to guarantee that technological innovation also go to smaller hemocenters, decreasing regional inequalities and their access to modern solutions? When we talk about expansion and access, we have a strategy that is important, which is collaboration. I mean, we really believe that, when we talk about hemocenters, we're talking about a network, the public network. And so it's already a profile in Brazil to work in a network, in partnership. So the strengthening of these services goes through this collaboration, usually between hemocenters, which is already a reality in Brazil, where we can see that the hemocenters, as they develop their strategies, they get in touch with other hemocenters, they present, inform, they see the feasibility so that in other services, these strategies can be implemented. It's even a way that we work in Hemocentros Unidos in a network with communication. This symposium is a way to strengthen smaller services, providing information, the experience that you have in other services, showing that they can be shared between different hemo centers. And besides this collaboration between hemo centers, regional hemo centers, and we also have collaboration with universities, research centers. We also have collaboration with the government, companies, and institutions from NGOs. Pró-Hemo Saúde, we are an NGO that really seeks to provide the support. So when we count on professional institutions, people that want to collaborate with this strengthening, with this growth, I really believe that this is the initial strategy. It's not the only strategy, but it's instrumental so that all other expansion processes in technology can happen. Excellent. Hemorrhage Brasileira is part of, it's a collaborative network, right? To deal with inequalities, we know access to information and care really varies according to different regions and health policies and different strategies, educational strategies, information, and even a moment like this, to share this knowledge so that successful experience can serve as inspiration, as motivation, so all hemo centers can feel free to collaborate, to learn, and above all, to challenge themselves. Because technology does this, right? It challenges us to improve, to understand, to adapt to a new reality of the world. So many new technologies that we see in the landscape. And to continue, I'd like to thank Dr. Dailana. Thank you so much for your talk. Thank you for sharing all this knowledge with us. And to continue with the symposium, I would like to call Dr. Isaquiele Oliveira, who's nursing coordinator at Emosi and the Hemorrhage, to talk about an online system for prescription and to monitor blood transfusions in real time. Hello, I'm Isaquiele Oliveira. We're going to talk about an innovation project for blood transfusions. I'm a nurse. I also have a background in public administration from the State University of Ceará. I have a postgrad degree in hematology and hemotherapy. And I started working at Emosi in 2019. And I worked in a supervision role. I was coordinator of the distribution at the state system. And I was coordinator at the transfusion outpatient clinic. Today, I am a nursing coordinator at the state level. I participate in this project since the beginning. I started with the deployment of this where I was supervisor at the lab. And so and also I was already on the other side as well, worked on the other side as a nurse working with transfusions, providing direct care for patients. I am committed with patient safety and security and continuous improvement and innovation as well. So just to talk a little bit about Emosi, for us to understand, Emosi is connected to the health department of Ceará. And the work is structured in a regionalized and decentralized manner. And so we have 5 regional hemo centers, Sobral, Iguatu, and others, and also other centers that are in Juazeiro do Norte. And so Emosi always promotes a rational and safe use of the system. And Emosi is also responsible for coordinating programs geared towards patients with different health conditions, reinforcing this commitment with comprehensive care and quality of life. The main goal is to modernize and improve the management of the state system in partnership with IPH and this RTE system that came from the need to improve the process to make it quicker and safer and standardized. Always so that Emosi and the health units can be helped during all phases of the step. The idea is to guarantee better control and more stability, and also reliability and traceability, contributing towards a more efficient and integrated work throughout the entire transfusion system in the state of Ceará. Today, we already use such an electronic system in the entire system in the region, and more than 15 units that use this electronic system. And so the prescription came from the challenges that we had in the manual process. And so if you've already had access to forms such as this one that we can see on the screen, you usually face problems in facing such a manual form. So there's a lot of operational inefficiencies. You need to dedicate more time to filling out such a form. It's more work intensive. So for example, if you make a mistake in the person's name, you have to fill out a new form because you cannot have incomplete data or corrected data in the manual form. So you need a lot of time to fill out such a form, and that means that you have a lot of rework and also the risk of human error. And with this manual filling out of the form means mistakes and errors. And so this is a manual procedure. There's no communication. There's no traceability. And so we need to face difficulties and nursing center or others. And that means a very difficult communication that we have. Also difficulties in data integration since it's manual. And reports are also complicated because we're talking about a manual prescription. And so it's usually done manually, and this data needs to be correct, and it really makes things very difficult. And also difficulties in management. If you don't have the right data, it's difficult to make any kind of decision. I mean, it's already happened that we received a request or prescription for transfusion, and we didn't have the hemoglobin level of the patient. And so they told me the patient did not have the right information. And there was nothing there. Nothing about their transfusion. And really, we have this huge difficulty because this information is not there. And a huge impact in patient safety and security because this information arrives late. And if you don't have safety and security in this information, there's also a lot of rework. You have to do it again. And so it's very, very difficult. And so we have different profiles. And also the difficulty to, also deal with reports or data gathering. So this manual process really undermines safety, security, and also traceability, and making it very difficult. And so from these problems, we need to create an electronic system, and where we have many benefits, such as greater efficiency and speed. And so it's a form, an online form, an electronic form, so we can be quicker, because if I make a mistake in the name, if I forget a letter, I don't have to start from scratch. I just adjust, I just write the correct name and continue with the request. And it's standardized. There are no problems. I have real-time follow-up of what's going on. And so to see if everything is okay in the system, there's no confusion in communication. And so this improves the quality of life of the patient. And so we have the data with the full name, the date of birth, and we can't continue if we don't fill all the mandatory fields. And so this really improves patient safety and security. And so we have to provide the data and the correct data. And so to request the entire system. And so we're able to have more security or safety if the patient has already gone through such a service, or is it the first time? And so we can already use existing data that's in the system if this is a patient that's, returning once again. And also significant cost reductions. The number of prescriptions that we used to have to fill out or perhaps throw out paper because we made a mistake. And so this makes it and also improving documentation. And so data, indicators, and everything is easier to follow. And in the care provided to the patient, and a major improvement in the whole process. So the whole system is based on the patient's social security number, or CPF in Brazil, with a password, and a code is sent to your personal phone in order to have access to the system. And this guarantees safer access to the system. And this is all provided and facilitated by the electronic system. And so this really helps with the entire system. So here we can visually see how it works. This is the access to the electronic prescription system with your username and password. If it's the first access, we need to verify your email or smartphone. And so there is a code, and we validate, and everything that we do, we need to validate within the system. So for example, if I'm using a computer, if somebody else uses my computer, they won't be able to say that they are me. And this really provides greater security to the system. And there are progressive steps along the way to guarantee control, traceability in the whole process. And for this, there are different steps that we do progressively. And so we confirm the different steps and update all stakeholders involved. And here the next step. And so it's a safer way to work, and also this reinforces the technical responsibility of all those involved and contributes to standardize this procedure. Also the execution of the protocols and improving safety and security. And so this example is within the system, and here we can see the system, how it works. And so here, there's the request. And there's a request for blood samples. And here's the status and the blood samples that have been requested. And then this can be examined or perhaps even modified. And so the nursing staff know that we need to collect the sample, the blood sample. And by clicking here on this button, clicking here, the status changes. Now it appears as sample collection underway. After the sample, it's sent. And so the sample has been sent. And so everyone knows that this sample has already been sent. And some patients need a sample processed in 72 hours, and they don't need a new sample collected for that transfusion. And so the nursing station knows that the exams are being done, and they don't need to send this sample only once it's done. And so this whole process, this whole flow is here and is transparent, and we can see all the details, and we can verify who did what, who authorized what time, what day, and that avoids, having to call someone or providing information. And so also this allows for traceability of the system in a very clear and transparent way. It's important to reinforce that we have an alert system, visual and also sounds. And so this is usually for emergency purposes or critical care purposes. So a request for transfusion in terms of an emergency, the sequence of this transfusion is first in line. There'll be a red alarm, and this makes it so that all those that are involved be alert and pay special focus to that transfusion when it's an emergency transfusion. So this guarantees and of course the alarms depends on the mode of transfusion. When we're talking about an emergency, it's different from a routine blood transfusion. And so you can really see those transfusions that are being dealt with as an emergency. Furthermore, the system also has the possibility to print labels for the samples and also the blood bags, and guarantees standardization and better traceability of the process. So here, once everything is done, you can print this label that goes to the transfusion blood bag or blood pouch. So this doesn't have to be done manually. And this is all standardized. And besides this label, we can also print the label that's put on samples, also standardized according to our legislation, with all the information that we can see here, which also facilitates the safety and security of the transfusion, because we receive many, many samples that are not properly identified, and so this facilitates the identification. We also have integration with other systems. We can have integration with other systems and local lab systems. And so this is very useful. And this allows to automatically check the information that are displayed immediately on screen. And furthermore, there are automatic blocks in situations when there's a difference between blood types, when there's an incompatibility. And this guarantees standardization throughout the procedure. So just to show you here, in this case, this patient in the database was A positive, but now in the test that was done, they identified that actually this patient is AB negative. And so there is already an alarm here showing an incompatibility in blood type. And so in this case, you need to obtain another sample to see if this continues. If this continues, we need to request a new sample, repeat the exam, and even so, if there is still a difference, we need to get in touch with the location, the institution that made the first record. And this process cannot be followed. It can't move forward. And we need to evaluate the cost benefit. Another integration with the system that's possible, when you record the patient and we check in the database, there's a phenotype of the patient guaranteeing more safety security in the whole process. Furthermore, when you read the blood pouch integrated with the system, when you read the number, the product number or lot number, and the expiry date, and all the information regarding that pouch that's in the system. And this used to be done manually in the past. So this is what I wanted to share with you, to present to you this online real-time transfusion prescription and monitoring system. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. And we're here, still in this journey. We're at your full disposal. If anyone needs anything, let's continue together working with excellence and really with quality. And anyway, I think that's it. And innovation, of course. Thank you so much. Innovation that connects. All right, now with an interactive panel, we'd like to invite Dr. Ezechieli, who's online with us. There are many questions here for you, Dr. Ezechieli. Welcome once again. So, congratulations for your talk, sharing this successful experience with us to show all of Brazil that yes, it's possible to work with technology. It's possible to have this experience to guarantee, to mitigate mistakes and errors. We know technology is here to help and improve these processes in care. Now, this question is from Paraíba, okay? And I want you to share with us, they asked me, what were the main challenges, technical challenges? I know there were many, but if you could share with us the technical and regulatory challenges when you deployed this real-time electronic system. Right. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. So the challenges that we faced, when you need to have computers available and but really this electronic system has changed everything. It's a game changer. So this was really excellent. We had many difficulties in communication. And when we do have to go back to the manual system, sometimes everybody complains, even if it's just for a day. So deployment difficulties or challenges, yes. But when it's for some kind of improvement, then things happen easier. And that's what we've been doing. And also, the whole deployment, the entire implementation process. Yeah, thank you so much. Any change, any moment where we implement change really requires integration of the services. Everyone needs to understand that that change is here to facilitate the process, to add to the process, and real-time follow-up. So I really believe that the team, when you go back to the previous process, to what was implemented, will really feel this difficulty and it's been very successful. Now, we have another question, okay? This question is from Roraima, way from the north. And the question is, how the use of the system has contributed to reduce transfusion errors and to optimize communications between the team? Well, the mistakes or errors, those that are at the front lines with patients are also those that are in the laboratory. We daily monitor, we daily see errors and mistakes. According to the legislation, we cannot receive requests that are incomplete, illegible, or missing important information. And the electronic system has all the fields that are mandatory. And so you won't receive an incomplete request. You're not going to receive something that's illegible or with any important information that's missing, because it doesn't allow you to finish. Now, if there is a typo, for example, we get in touch to check together with the document, and this adjustment can be done, can be edited. You don't have to start all over again, like from scratch. So it makes things easier. And so you can see in real time how things are going. Is it ready? How long? When will this be done? And so you see if things are okay, if it's released, if the samples are arriving or not. So many factors and identification of the sample. There's a module that you can print the label. And, you don't have to throw out that sample if there's a mistake or a typo or whatever. So if I were to cite everything, I mean, so many benefits, but mainly this correct identification, the facility in communication and integration of the data. I don't know if I really answered the question. Yes, you answered the question. And besides all these benefits, besides all of this, it's also, you're being more sustainable because you're not using paper anymore. It's not a paper-based system. It was 2 copies. So sometimes if you made a mistake, that's 2 pieces of paper, 2 sheets of paper that you would throw out. And now there's traceability, there is a code. So besides everything that you mentioned, in real time, facilitating everything, this is also ESG, you're being more sustainable. That's great. So thank you so much, Isa, for participating. And I hope that you enjoyed learning about this new technology. We know that manual processes require, so even if it's in different times, labs, etc., all of them in the process, in this journey, everyone is aware of what's happening every step along the way. And this facilitates communication in the team. And so, Isa, thank you so much. So now we're going to have a short break, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock.
de atendimento gratuito e especializado, ações comunitárias e promoção da doação de sangue e cadastro de medula óssea no Brasil. Essa é a nossa história e você faz parte dela. Tudo começa com um ato de generosidade e amor ao próximo. Nosso trabalho, ao lado de cada hemocentro brasileiro, incentiva a doação de sangue e o cadastro de medula óssea, oferecendo esperança para quem precisa e fomentando a solidariedade entre as pessoas. Com mais de 16 mil atendimentos realizados desde 2021, ano em que a clínica IPH Saúde abriu suas portas, nosso maior desafio é oferecer uma saúde de qualidade para pessoas que muitas vezes não conseguem um atendimento especializado ou um diagnóstico preciso. Pacientes com doenças hematológicas. Acreditamos que a educação também salva vidas, por isso o IPH Educa está sempre pronto, oferecendo cursos de qualidade e formando profissionais preparados e com excelência na área da saúde. Cursos voltados para estudantes ou para profissionais que já trabalham na Hemorrede Nacional. Capacitar é transformar. A jornada do Instituto Pró-Hemo é feita de histórias, mas ainda há muito a fazer. Faça parte dessa transformação, seja um parceiro, ajude o IPH a salvar vidas e espalhar esperança. Lado a lado, já estamos fazendo a diferença.
So now we're back with our program. And now we would like to invite Dr. Sabrini Costa, who is IT manager with a focus in governance and IT projects. And she's going to talk to us about something very relevant, which is AI-powered donor engagement for blood stock stability. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank for the invitation in order to participate in this first symposium. And it's been an honor to receive this invitation. And today I'm going to address a topic that's quite interesting, which is AI and to encourage donors for stability in our blood banks. So my name is Fabrini. I'm IT manager at Hemo Minas. And I've been at the foundation for 6 years now. And so the foundation that's connected to the health department, and we've been around for about 40 years now as an institution. And our main mission is excellence in hematology and hemotherapy, and to be a leader in hemotherapy and hematology and cell therapy, always with innovation, simplifying processes and sustainability. And our values are commitment, integrity, credibility, respect, and to value human beings, efficiency, and continuous improvement. And we're responsible for about 90% of transfusion requests in the state of Minas Gerais. So we've been working in Minas Gerais, and here is where we work. We're also recognized, and because of the work that we do in research and innovation and different techniques and projects that we develop. And this expands access to our blood donation services. And so I'm not only going to talk about this, but to talk about something that's widely discussed, which is AI, and to show how this technology has become an ally of ours. And the use of donors with the major challenge in blood stocks. I think this is a reality throughout the country, throughout Brazil. To maintain this stock at an ideal level is a challenge for most hemo centers. And our expectation, as we can see in some of these graphs, and so this is a way that we can serve society with no problem. That would be our expectation, but our reality is different. And here we can see this other image that shows our blood stocks, some of them at a critical level. And so this is something that impacts the private and public systems. So because trying to maintain these stocks at an ideal level, our center, together with Professor André Pereira, they reflected on the use of AI and technology to improve our stock levels. So the institution could be sure that we could supply all of this with no problem. And so depending on this challenge, we did a study, a project to help us with blood donors. And so these challenges, they're directly connected to the low involvement of donors to try to make these donors more loyal, because we have, seasonal demand. So the donors donate once, and it kind of get lost in the system. So using traditional communication channels such as the telephone, and for the younger population that's more digitally connected, and so the idea is for our foundation to get closer to these people so that we can have more people to donate blood. And at the time, 2022, we had this project. The project was presented in public administration meeting. It still is a study, in a study phase, and known as an innovation project to encourage and the use of generative AI, and presented last year. So the idea is to automate this process, to maintain direct contact, to monitor blood stocks, personalized campaigns according to the needs of each unit, and the specific time of the year, and to make these campaigns more efficient. And so the target audience of this project are blood donors. And our special focus is young people connected digitally. We're trying to emphasize this population that today uses many message apps like WhatsApp, for example. And so this information reinforces the importance of adopting modern resources, communication resources, and so the solution is an intelligent solution, automated with the use of AI. It integrates different communication channels, works like support with our communication with blood donors. It's present in WhatsApp, email, website, and phone calls as well. Everything is integrated. And so we also simplifies scheduling, so donors or potential donors and to confirm schedules, seek information regarding this information, and to facilitate scheduling and all the communication. And also, there is a dashboard where you can monitor through graphs that are strategic for decision making within campaigns. How does it work? Well, the robot measures metrics, constantly evaluating, and so it makes suggestions depending on blood types and stocks that are low. And this is approved by the unit. And from different tools, from this approval and these campaigns, they talk directly to donors. This is a dynamic process that takes place, and it's cyclical. I mean, they start validating the stocks. If the stock is high, then they don't get so much in touch with possible donors. And as the levels go down, they go back, and this process is very automatic. So they continue with the contact list, and everyone. And so they avoid more distant contacts, etc. And so it can't be like telemarketing. You know, we need to approximate people, encourage people, and not make them run away. So these are through messages. And through robots or chatbots. So a conversion rate that we seek. And so in order to donate blood, they understand that the chances of success will be high. And so if there's that low blood type group, and then they try to obtain more donors for that specific blood type. When the robot evaluates the metrics and they check the records, the group of donors for that blood type, and so the donor needs to be apt. So it's aptitude also a metric that's measured by the system. And this donor will only be reached if they're apt for a donation. So the robot will only get in touch with donors that are apt. And so they can get in touch via WhatsApp. So they can also schedule. Now, besides the metrics, besides scheduling, etc., the robot also provides a campaign dashboard. The campaigns are personalized. The robot creates campaigns and proposes possible campaigns, but they create campaigns depending on the reality. And so it's also possible to do this management. And so this is an image where we can see AI is at the center, where the algorithm evaluates blood stocks, blood levels, and from this analysis, they identify blood types that are at a critical stock level. So the AI system checks the records, and from this, they come up with a campaign. And of course, the campaign needs to be approved. And then they get in touch with these people through different communication channels. WhatsApp, email, telephone. And furthermore, there could be active search of donors through other channels. And donors can also schedule via the MG app, which is for any citizen in the state of Minas Gerais through gov.br. They can schedule the service to donate blood. Furthermore, besides the scheduling metrics and campaign management, the tool also provides reports. These reports are instrumental to monitor campaigns, for more strategic management, if the campaigns are really being done, and to facilitate decision making depending on the reality when we talk about these events. So this image, we can see how the panel was made available to us and the reports. It's important to mention that these numbers are not real numbers, okay? These are hypothetical numbers. Just to show you here, the reports show all the monitoring that's been done and indicators or KPIs, donors per unit and per channel. So on this dashboard and through the reports, we can identify the quantity of people that were obtained in each unit from what channel. And you can see here on the left-hand side all the municipalities, all the cities where we are. Of course, these are not real numbers. These are just fake numbers. This was done while we were testing the tool. Conversion rate per channel. The conversion rate per channel is the percentage of scheduled donors through telephone, for example. As we can see here, we can see WhatsApp and telephone. So all the people obtained through that campaign or during that period in time, 3.38% were obtained or were scheduled through WhatsApp, for example. 0.87% people that scheduled via telephone. And furthermore, the percentage, and to evaluate the effect that that campaign had in that region, in that city, or was it a successful campaign or not? It's a very strategic indicator where we evaluate people's engagement, and we can try to improve these metrics depending on this indicator. Also, we can see other donors. Those that showed up at a unit and scheduled. And so this also shows the commitment of these donors. And of course, contact by phone, etc. We can't talk about all of these things without talking about data protection. And so all the flows of these tools and the project as a whole were carefully structured, compliant with our general data protection laws. So blood type. When we talk about privacy for registration, name, telephone, blood type, aptitude, schooling level, gender, also the region, birth date or date of birth. an important point is all of the donor information goes through a whole process to guarantee more safety, security, and data protection. And of course, the person can ask to be excluded from the database. And so their will is respected. If they don't want to be contacted by the tool, and also impact reports, continuous improvement, and this is our commitment with ethics and transparency and data protection of everyone. And so the benefit that we have with such a tool for citizens, for Hemominas, for all stakeholders involved. So important benefits. Ease in access and overcoming barriers because there are multiple channels, you know, WhatsApp, email, telephone, website. And services become more accessible for those that are more digitally engaged and more connected to social media, who want to be contacted via WhatsApp, or perhaps those that aren't so tech savvy and who prefer, you know, a phone contact. And donors and possible donors. And this means quick and humanized service. A robot uses natural language, high capacity to process data. So it's quick scheduling, really a seamless experience. The construction of ties and credibility, this approximation, if you will, with this audience, the audience of donors, greater engagement, and so the robot, you know, with reminders, remember that you need to donate blood once again, it's 4 months later. These reminders help and, you know, reduce donors to forget and increases the probability, the desire to donate into a real donation. Optimization, resources, guaranteeing availability in stock, and represents innovation, institutional innovation, and to automate routines and that optimizes labor, greater efficiency in services as a whole. And talking about benefits, I'm going to mention some of the impacts that we see in such tools. Long term, we're thinking major impacts for the institution, you know, increasing reliability, and so people really believe and they can trust the services. This construction, this trust, you know, with public services, probability to increase donation rate. I mean, this is what we want. The goal of the tool really is that these stocks be maintained through this engagement with these donors. And so the idea is that we can increase donation rates and also public health when we increase donation rates and donors are showing up, contributing to the public health of our state and our country. Um, the robot is a tool developed in partnership through contracts. It's a critical public health scenario in order to help the population. It's a project that's underway, under construction, and we're going through adaptations. It's a pilot for now. This is a strategic project. And the coverage, as I mentioned in the beginning, are responsible for 92% of transfusions in the state. This is an initiative that is here to meet the demands of the low efficacy of traditional communication methods. So, understanding that this reinforces principles of SUS when we facilitate access to information, to services, and we understand that this is important. A project that gathers technology, health, and citizenship to transform how the population, how we relate with blood donation. And just to finish, I want to say that AI, it's no longer just a trend. I mean, we see this in different services, health or not. It's already a reality. That's part of our lives. And the robot is strategic innovation. Through engagement of different donors and potential donors. And more than just automating processes, we're talking about expanding access, engaging people to bring people closer to us, all with ethics, with responsibility, with data protection, respecting donors when we're concerned with all of these issues, having more humanized contact, offering different communication channels. All of this is respect. And I'd like to finish by saying that AI connects lives, technology serving solidarity to guarantee safe blood stocks and saving more lives. I would like to thank everyone for your attention, and this is an invitation, if you will, for us to continue reflecting and collaborating in the construction of solutions that where technology can serve our population and health. Thank you so much, and I wish all of you an excellent day. Thank you. Okay, so we're back now with our Q&A. So many questions here for Dr. Fabrini. This is a question from very far away. Our event is being uh, broadcasted in Portuguese, English, and Spanish. So from Madrid, there's a question for Dr. Fabrini. From Madrid, how the AI algorithms are being trained to forecast more efficient campaigns, if you will. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. Thank you for the question. So the algorithm has access to the levels, the blood levels at each center. So it's from this query that it's able to predict, because depending as the consumption happens, the algorithm understands what's the need of each region. And more technical details about the algorithm we still cannot present because of the patent, but evaluates the blood levels of each unit, and from that number, it checks for those blood types according to the metrics defined. So what's alert? What's something that's in terms of a number? So we defined these numbers internally, and what was defined initially, and then we start to do the query. That's great. That's wonderful. A technology facilitating this approximation, if you will, with the different hemo centers. And this is important for the entire community. I believe that AI and digital tools today, they need to be engaged in all of this that has the social relevance, so that we can reach out. Those of us that work at the Hemo Center, we really feel this when our stocks, our blood stocks are low, you know, because we supply the entire health network, the health system, for surgeries, hospitals, etc. Now, another question from the state of Piauí, and if you could answer this, how is the use of AI? How can AI personalize communication with donors to have more frequent donations? What's your experience been like in this sense? Well, the tool is a pilot for now, for around 3 months. We've observed more scheduling through the tool. Like it's been mentioned, we use this to bring people together, so we're able to obtain different groups. And we use very natural language and this proximity. Today, the numbers, are 5,000 schedules through the tool until now. And so it's still low scale, but we already see that this has increased engagement. More people seeking the tool, although it's not very disseminated, but people are looking for this. So AI has helped in this sense with the numbers. If we think about 5,000 in 6 months, 7 months, it may seem like not a lot, but and so this is interesting. Today, society, seeks convenience. People want convenience. And so the way that this technology, of course, it will never replace human contact, the power of persuasion that human beings have, you know. But in a certain way, the technology can reach out to more people, and through this communication, we need to always remind people, you need to donate blood. We're here. So technology helps a lot in this sense, reaching out to people. You agree? Exactly. Today, most people are very busy, you want to donate blood, but you forget. And so I prefer, looking at the WhatsApp while I'm on the bus. And while I'm on the bus, I can schedule my blood donation. Of course, it doesn't replace human beings. And we need to continue. But the idea is to facilitate access, make processes better. Great, wonderful. There's a question here. A question, and congratulations about the importance of this project. Congratulating you. And here, the incorporation of AI with blood donation. I'd like to know the level of security with AI, with your system. What's the risks for your system in this interface? I mean, how the data protection laws have to do with this. Since you're a specialist, how do you see this risk? Yeah, like it was mentioned before. And so we continue with these impact reports to mitigate all possible risks. But of course, there's only access to donors that are apt to donate, specific databases that are consulted. It's an exclusive environment, despite the fact that the tool today is on the cloud. But we're very careful with cybersecurity, and all this information is protected. So all the donor information goes through a pseudo-anonymous process. Even the reports that are issued for KPIs and whatnot, we don't see the person's name, for example, or their social security number. So it's impossible to identify individuals. So we're very careful with anonymity and people's sensitive information. Excellent. And just to remember that the tool, AI, is not going to replace, clinical triage, etc., or screening. So it's not going to replace, screening or key questions or sensitive questions, doubts that anyone may have. For example, I have a cold or the flu, and we're following the rules. And this tool is to help, according to the law. You have to wait so many days once you improve your symptoms, and then you can donate blood. So there is also this educational purpose. It's there to guide as well. It's not there to replace. Is that right? Exactly. Basically, evaluates the blood levels, screens and also, answers questions, provides guidance, how much time they can donate the next time. But this doesn't replace the physician's screening process. It's just for scheduling. They evaluate the stock levels and schedule donations. And then the donor goes through the normal donation process at the unit. They go through all the screening process and they follow the flow. They go with the flow. In the future, you know, maybe something could be incorporated to improve this guidance, this education, so that the donor can't donate blood because of a certain problem. But it doesn't replace any screening. Well, we have more questions here for Dr. Fabrini. Many questions. I think this is a topic that is very curious. AI is here, and we're incorporating in our practices, be it in healthcare or in our flows, our workflows. So many questions are coming up. Even the regulation, to what extent we can use um, access to the database or to the system. What about data protection for donors? Traceability of the information. One more question. Okay, there are many questions here, but we'll forward these questions to you later. Okay, because there's a lot, but we're going to finish with this one. Is there the possibility of the robot creating a database based on blood type to try and help people in an emergency situation? I think that's possible. It's not in our scope. It's not part of our scoping, but yeah, it's possible. That is possible. We just need to be careful, of course, like we just mentioned, in maintaining this information because of data protection and data protection laws. But it's not in our plans for now. That's what I can say. Right. I think that initially, this is not the initial scope of the project. I mean, the pilot project is more in terms of guidance, right? So that donors arrive there, they have to go there. And if they have a cold or the flu, for example, you can avoid, them going there unnecessarily. And so, and also to be able to donate in a safer manner, etc. There are many more questions here. People are insisting. I'd like to know how we can integrate with a management system, interoperability of the system. If I put my CPF number, it's done through an API. And so we only work with donors that are apt to donate. So we need to guarantee So multi-professional, we need to have people from the technical area, those that are involved in all of this. Now, another question, the robot. There's been work with the private sector. Is there a participation, or was this done exclusively through you guys? People want to do it. They want to know how to do it. It's from the Hemominas Foundation that's being built from, of course, we're working with a partner, but it's a tool that belongs to us, built through a tender process, a public procurement process. So it's from Hemominas. Yeah, it belongs to Hemominas with your own resources, let's say. Yes, with our own resources. Exactly. All right. Thank you for having shared with us this experience, this project. And so that other hemo centers there's no turning back now with AI. Thank you for sharing this experience, this expertise. It's great to see this use case. So if this works in Minas, so you can check with Fabrini and so we're working with technology and innovation for all hemo centers in Brazil and from outside as well. Okay? Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you on behalf of the Hemominas Foundation. Thank you. Okay, so now let's continue with our program. Right now, we're going to invite Dr. Denis Silva, who is IT manager in São Paulo. He's going to give us a talk about AI in donor screening and blood component inspection. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure, a privilege to be in this first symposium. And I'm going to talk about AI in donor screening and blood component inspection. There's no conflict of interest to declare. And who am I? Denis Alessandro da Silva. I have an MBA in IT governance and also a tech manager at the Hemo Center in São Paulo. Everything that involves technology, that involves systems and infrastructure here at the Hemo Center. Anything that you plug in anything that you can plug in is our responsibility here at the Hemo Center in São Paulo. So technology is present in basically all of our processes. So integration and technology, and we have to start with a basic question. What is innovation? Really, what is this word that we hear so much, this buzzword with AI? And so innovation is key. But if we think that to innovate is just to think out of the box, then it's not exactly that. So my current process, be it administrative or be it technical or be it industrial, when I think out of my environment, when I think out of the box, business as usual, that's already innovation. But with technology, this becomes even more so because everything that technology does is thinking about innovation. And so, in the past, processing power was crazy, but nowadays, with a cell phone in your hand, you can do everything. Our lives are in our cell phones, through innovation. So to innovate is to think out of the box. And so it's not just to think only IT can innovate. Anyone can innovate, really. Anyone has the capacity to innovate. You just have to know what your process is all about. You need to understand what you're doing and how you can improve in an innovative fashion. Then you can innovate. And where we heard about a manual process, and now they're using a digital electronic process. And that's what it means to innovate. Now, when you know what it means to innovate and you use this, and because of the pandemic, we had to innovate all of a sudden. We had to accelerate. We remember during the pandemic, everyone was stuck at home. And so, how are you going to donate blood if you can't leave your home to donate blood? And so we had to innovate. And online scheduling and self-service was created. And also the fact, regardless of being a technology or not, but we also have human resources. Because since we depend on government officials. And so the blood collection process depends on our staff. And we need to have a special scheduling service because more and more, not only at a national level, but at a global level, people don't have time anymore. Time is scarce. And the idea is to find an answer to that because donors are no longer donating. And many of them say it's very clear, I don't have time. I don't have time to donate blood because I work the whole day. And since donating blood, you can only have one day off when you donate blood. They do it once and they no longer do it because they don't want to be punished by their boss. And so you need to be quick. And online scheduling and self-service is the idea. And here we talk about innovation and technology. And this project began in December 2020. So in December 2020, and we try to determine the day and time that they can be served. And then the pandemic came, and we had to improve the scheduling system, not only to schedule, what could I do, so that this donor could spend less time in a hospital, even running the risk of being infected, especially during the pandemic. So we started to ask specific questions before the schedule. Before the schedule, donors already answered some questions when we analyzed in our process. And the idea is for donors not even to come here. So endoscopy, 6 months without being a blood donor. And so we don't have to make them come here. And that was one of the critical points for us, because many donors that come on weekends, usually on Fridays or Saturdays, they would spend hours here to donate, and then they were sent home because they were submitted to an endoscopy recently. And people would criticize us, and people would say, why didn't you tell me that I couldn't donate? I went there, and then I had to come home. So we started with these questions right off the bat. So if we know that they can't donate, we already tell them, look, right now you cannot donate. And we started to implement more intelligence in the system. It's not only you can't donate until a certain date. But if they want to schedule after this date, they can schedule. So the system already started to do this analysis. They can't now, but they can later. So let's pre-schedule them. So we started with that. And after, since this started to work well, we thought about self-service. And so our screening is done in 3 phases. We have questions in phase 1. These questions that I can already classify if the donor is apt for their donation. In phase 2, they come to the institution, and then there are the rest of the questions. It's not that kind of question that's critical to be answered. And they still go through a 3rd phase, which is really with the human being. So we divided this in 3 phases. This started in September 23, and we were able to improve this. First phase, as they schedule. Second phase, when the donor arrives at the institution. And so an important point, we didn't force all donors to do this. Those that prefer, to do what's basic, arrive at institution, donate, etc., they can. They don't have to start online. We didn't eliminate this because we understand that you can't do that. You need to include technology for them to understand that that system works well. And then after, schedule. So this is the way in order to help donors, because many say, oh, I don't even know how to use a tablet. No problem. No problem. And so how do they schedule? They log on to our website. Here they can schedule, or via WhatsApp. And here we start to use AI because there's a chatbot and there may be doubts with the system, and so here they're talking to a robot. And, can I donate? I went through endoscopy. And then they can talk to a human. But most of the questions we can already resolve. And it's always improving. A question came up. And so there are two different possible ways to schedule, via the website or chatbot in WhatsApp. Now, once they register, they log in, and then from the login, they start to answer those key questions. Now, if everything is within what's expected, then the system lets him schedule. And then we put important reminders. There's vaccination, and then we tell the donor important things. Now, if they move forward, okay, they choose the day. We classify the risks, the different availability. And they analyze everything, the day, the location. Now, in our case here, we made yet another integration. So they gained some time when they did their blood donation process, but then here they lose time because they have to go to the clinical hospital. We're in the clinical hospital, and the main entrance is in the hospital. For them to get to Pró-Sangue, they have to go through the hospital, and quite often they lose a lot of time doing that. So we've integrated our scheduling system with the system in the clinical hospital. So the turnstile knows that that donor is scheduled for that time. And if this donor arrives and they read the QR code, the turnstile lets them come in. And the system knows that the donor has arrived. So we've made this integration so you can gain time when they arrive here at the hospital. In other units, this is not so necessary because they come in directly. And so this is interesting because we can have this integration between the system so we can do this in an automated fashion. And this is an important point. So all of this data that you've seen in the beginning, this data is here. So Dennis is scheduled on this day for this time because the scheduling system notified the system that this donor is scheduled. And this is yet another integration. Now, once their arrival is confirmed, then they go to our self-service terminals. We all have this self-service terminal where they inform their CPF number, their social security number, and from there, they start to answer some questions. And the answers are direct. I mean, these aren't questions that require more information here. You can imagine a donor in front of the terminal, and if they take something for a headache, anyway, if they take medication, they would spend a long time there. And the system comes up with some answers. So, you can't talk technically to these donors. Sometimes they don't know technically what's going on. So we transform that information. And, it's a way to simplify. If they answer a question, if there's risk, and if there is a problem, the system will tell them that probably they won't be approved, but they go through the whole flow until the end. When they answer all the questions within this process, they confirm or they don't confirm. If they say don't confirm, then they start the whole process again. And here we were careful not to say if this answer is right or wrong, because there are no right or wrong answers, but some answers that can block the system and others no. Because if we have a donor that wants to cause any fraud, so here we only show the donor what happened after confirmation. So you're not going to start the whole process again. Now, if a question that he answered, and for example, oh, you're refused because of this, and the system suggests a new date. So you can't do it now. You want to schedule, and then you schedule there. If there's no problem, then you can go through more steps. And so one of the issues that we ask ourselves, all of these questions, because you have questions that are pre-scheduled and other questions that are not. So what's the question that I see that has an incidence that if I took this to pre-scheduling, I would have a benefit? This is an analysis that we do from time to time because this is a question. It's not a critical question. And we don't want them to lose out on their trip. And so this is where there'll be a lot more information to conclude this process. And we always do this from time to time. Now, once I receive this information, there's already integration. So there in the beginning, we had scheduling. Then you received questions. And so we already have 75% of the questions answered. So this happens the whole time. Once we leave this area momentarily, because here we do this, and in vital signs, there's also intelligence behind that. So we do the hemoglobin test, and this is integrated. And then there's the information that goes to our robot. The robot obtains this information to see if this donor is apt or not. So here there's already integration between the systems. This is one of the few cases where it doesn't go both ways. And so we check the vital signs. And this adds to our process. So we have integrations, different integrations, all of this with the blood cycle and robots behind this, and with the chatbot. And now we have data regarding the donor, vital signs. So we have to think about the kind of questions and so these are more critical, let's say, that involves sexual relations, lifestyle, trips, if he uses medication. And so if it's mechanical, let the machine do it. And I need to pay special attention. And so we need resources for them to feel well. And so I can put the most modern equipment in the world. And so if you don't treat this donor well, he won't come back. That's a fact. And after this step, they go to the blood donation process. And here we also have integration and intelligence. And so they already received all the data, scheduling, screening, vital signs, and now the actual collection. It doesn't matter if the collection is total blood or not. The rule is the same. The equipment knows what's the volume that needs to be collected. We already know gender, the volume, and besides volume, they know vital signs, they know all the information. And so to know the lot number of the label, the barcode that was used. And so everything is tracked in the system. So any equipment the code for a donor or whatever, it can be refused if, this is not aligned in the system. So if I know what my process is, if I know how to work in the institution and the triggers, and I know what are the solutions to all of these problems, I can mitigate everything. And this is risk management. So if I have efficient risk control in the process, I can innovate and I can improve the system. And one of them is exactly this. To put this in the description, because then the market has to evolve. If everyone does what's basic, then everyone needs to evolve. So we need to make the market innovate. Either you innovate or it's over. And so this is important. And this requires a lot of support from upper management. And so if you were to say these things years ago, but today, at least here, if they don't go through the IT process, they're out. And we have the green light from upper management. Upper management is important in all of this. And this is important in innovation. And so if we don't trust the system, uh, you know, we just can't do it. We need to understand that innovation is part of the product. Technology is part of the product. Innovation is part of the product. And if you don't have this, you can't improve process. And you can even create more risks. We hear a lot about risks and impacts. So what happens? So many integrations until we reach this part of the collection. I mean, we're talking about at least 3 or 4 different suppliers. And this doesn't really matter. I mean, if you have the same supplier or different suppliers, it doesn't really make a difference. Why? Because the process is this. It doesn't matter if you're working with A or B. You need it for A, for B, for C, for anyone. And also adaptation. I mean, they need to adapt to my routine. I don't have to adapt to the supplier's routine. So if they don't have the capacity to help me, then they can't supply to me. It's like a marriage, if you will. But you need to meet my needs, my technological needs. Oh, so it means that you guys aren't going to change anything. No, it's not that. But you need to adapt to my system. I can't adapt to different suppliers. And so And so it's really very difficult to do it otherwise. You need this basic structure, and this is what we've been building throughout the years. And so what have we gained with this whole flow? What are the benefits that we've obtained with these integrations and this scheduling system? In 23, when we basically deployed everything, almost 100,000 donors were served by the new system, and more than 25,000 donors used the totems or the terminals, the self-service terminals. 24, 93,000 people were served by the new system, and 60,700 used our self-service stations. And so that's a huge quantity. It's really crazy. So the population is modernizing. It's not only a cell phone. The population wants this. They're asking for this. They want something modern, something easy, something streamlined and intuitive. You need to make something that's intuitive. How would I like to do this, myself? Something complicated or easy? You want something easy. You want something intuitive, streamlined. And so, how do I want this to be? And then things can become easier. It's important to listen to our donors. So don't just sit at your chair the whole day. You need to understand what people want. If you just look at a computer screen the whole day and you don't see how things are done, then it's just not going to happen. So you analyze processes, you listen to users. So you can't say, oh, I'm from IT, I'm going to do it my way and that's it. My way or the highway. No. And I think this is, for life. We need to learn to listen. Sometimes our idea is not the best idea. And so it's very important, to think about this. So what are the main benefits? This drop in screening time. And so the fact that donors are here, and there's been analysis of all the numbers, of everything, and this is also important for the scheduling system. And 94% of donors in the system approve. This is a very high level. This is really something that is providing results. And this is important. You can't just do something and not analyze the risks. And there's no problem saying, this didn't work. That's okay. So that's important. You need to analyze. If you go through a moment in time and it's working, Then you evaluate if what you were doing makes sense. All of our equipment has integration. We also have intelligence. So the results of all the tests, so the equipment does all the tests. They send this data. But we've already sent. We already know what needs to be tested, the components, what are the tests that need to be done. So what do human beings do here? I mean, all the rest has been automated. So uh, serology, phenotyping, microbiological control, everything, absolutely everything automated, everything done for analysis. So what happens with the data? The data circulates between systems and equipment without the need for human intervention. And with that, error reduction, because our goal is to mitigate human intervention. And it's bidirectional. And so this is important. When we talk about unidirectional, not all departments, not all stakeholders receive the data or have access to the data. So we don't send data to vital signs. The vital signs send us data. Only this step is unidirectional. The rest all are bidirectional. And actually, we require this within our descriptions. It needs to be bidirectional, unless if nobody does it bidirectional. Now, in this case, if the market changes and we can't force people, even if we do these processes, they have a double check within the system. So the system doesn't let you do something different. It's impossible. It's a double check. So the system checks itself to see if that data is correct. And what happens is that this is extremely important, and there's the issue of risk management. I can't do all of this modernized, all of this in the most technological way and not have a contingency plan. We're talking about systems, we're talking about machines. When we talk about systems and machine, it's 100% safe. And if there is a problem, then you have a contingency plan to know how to do all of this manual. We had a scenario last year where a server had a problem, and we had to use a contingency plan. Because we simulate from time to time. And even with all the technology, with everything, I cannot not have a contingency plan. You can't afford not to have a contingency plan because the institution can't stop. You just can't. And so to do restoration, for example, then you need to be ready for everything. And so you have to know how to use a contingency plan. And so how does all of this work? Behind all of these processes that we've seen, there's a robot to integrate quality, for scheduling, a robot for questions, a robot for the centrifuge, a robot for serology. Everything has a robot behind the integrations. And so it does everything, really, everything in an automated way and without our intervention. And we have different robots working at the same time. How do I monitor all of this? So here, I can see all the critical equipment. If something is not happening correctly, and furthermore, to know what's connected to what piece of equipment. So when someone says, oh, it's not working, we already know, and in 5 minutes we can usually fix it. This tool that you see here, what you need to do really is to train the team. So we trained our team that deployed the solution, and since then we've been monitoring everything. And this is also very important from the IT department. And this is where innovation really comes into play, because we need to find in the market innovative tools with the best cost, because we're a public institution and we have a limited budget. So I need to do a lot of research to find a solution, an open source solution that will help me. And all I have to do is train my team. This is very important for us. We're actually expanding this now to other places and other resources and other types of equipment. So innovation also involves research. I can't just wait for the information to drop out of the sky. We have to go after these results. And so I had 30% drop in the time and 30% quicker. And also drop in errors and mistakes. This is really crazy. I mean, with AI, and to have this drop in errors, because there's no handling, there's no risk of errors or mistake. And 100% all areas approved. Anyway, this was a major gain for us. 100% approval. and a drop in errors is really, really satisfactory. But we can't stop there. Where do we want to go with all of this? We want AI to do things automatically, because then we'll know what donors we can obtain in those difficult moments. And we need to see things automatically. We need to work more and more with integration between areas and institutions. I don't know if you have the same problem that we have that involves vaccination and donors that can be lost because of vaccination. So if AI can cross this data and someone who's a possible donor and there's a vaccination campaign, then we can already tell them, look, donate your blood before vaccination, otherwise you won't be able to vaccinate after. We can't be reactive, we need to be proactive. We need to do something before it happens. You know what I'm saying? And this is a point that I think is happening. The fact that we're going to have 100% of the screening that can be done with AI. I said in the beginning that you need to be more human, but more and more AI is going to this side. I think, if you have this opportunity, but talk to ChatGPT or Gemini or any other of these generative AI solutions, depending on how you talk to the machine, it answers to you in a very human-like fashion. There's also the way that you are judged. The donors don't want to be judged. And so we've already seen, even by talking to donors, that they feel better answering a machine than a person because they're not being judged. And so we're not far from this point, I think. And you may be saying, but we want a person, a data analyst person, and to reach a conclusion. So and I didn't even say, where we want to go. We're actually there already. We're using AI, generative AI, in this sense. So AI receives the satisfaction surveys. They consolidate the results and everything that we've seen in our surveys. Imagine all of the donors, and if they all answered, how would I be able to do this? I mean, you obtain the results that are not written, and then in the survey. Now we analyze 100% in the surveys. So all of the surveys, they can write no problem, and generative AI does this analysis. So a summary of everything, and it tells me, you're doing well here, you're not doing so well here, you need to improve there. And so we're already here. This is something that we're already doing. And quality control, we're using AI not only for quality control, but others, because it's important for us to use AI to know, if there are doubts or an issue that you think this or you think that. Anyway, this is something that we want to do. We're already working to deploy improvements and to use generative AI. And this is the issue. Automation will happen if you want it or not. Either you're going to work together with this, you want to innovate together, or you're just going to watch things happen. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. I hope this has been useful. It's been a great privilege to participate, and see you soon. Excellent. It's really amazing, the quantity of solutions for health services helping us with prognosis, assessment, and the accuracy that only AI can provide. We have some questions for Dr. Dennis. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for participating. It's amazing, the indicators that you shared with us, satisfaction levels, complaints, etc. And like other areas beyond what you've shown us, blood donors, you use NPS. It's really great because it's through this construction. So I have some questions here. So how the AI models are being validated to guarantee this accuracy and security in donor screening, thinking about the regulation, the standards, and ethical issues. First of all, good morning, bom dia. It's a great pleasure to be here in this amazing symposium. I'm also learning a lot here. It's really great. Thank you. To answer the question, we were very careful with non-disclosure. So all the data in the systems, it's all encrypted. So even the scheduling systems, everything is encrypted. And the results of the tests, and so when the company is hired, and so nothing is implemented if this hasn't been validated. So really we see this is recurring. Questions regarding regulation and ethics. So next question. So we just have to Is it based on microservices? Yes, we have some services. We have robots working in our institution, and regarding scheduling, there are microsystems that work with data. And so there is development. In the case of labs, there are software solutions from third parties. So when it's sending data to our system, it's a microsystem that receives the information. And then the main system in this transition happens mutually. So yes, there are microservices working on this. Oh, great. Good to know. Another question. What we have in the totem are eliminated from the screening by professionals. And how much time are these answers valid? How is this interface? Well, up to 24 hours. So all the data they have access to. And so in the final step, which is what we saw, there is that contact. Then they do a total assessment of the information, perhaps a question that was made, and even change the answer if that's the case. But there is this tracking in the system. And of course, maybe they had to change the response, or they say, look, I made a mistake. I understood the question differently, and now talking to you, I see that that wasn't really the answer. If they understand that they're being sincere, they make the corrections. But in the system, there's 24 hours, even because of legal issues. Okay. So there is this interface, if you will. Yeah. Exactly. To do this assessment, because we can say, well, I don't have a cold. And then there we see that the person does have a cold, the person has the flu. And then the screener can, talk to them and go back to previous questions and to always think about who's going to receive this blood. Exactly. The idea to raise the awareness of donors so that this blood donation is safe for the donor and for the patient that's going to receive the blood. Exactly. It's important to say we need to think about donors that have been refused. If they want to follow this flow, the system is going to alert that they were refused, and we can give them some special attention. So the system says, oh, the donor was refused because of the flu. I don't have the flu. It's just a runny nose. And so they do that first screening. Well, in their pre-scheduling, it's immediate. And so in the totem, they have this possibility. Pre-scheduling, no. They have to wait in order to schedule. Or they can come here without being scheduled, and they can talk to someone to understand that they were refused in their pre-schedule. But yes, they can come here without having scheduled an appointment. And the final refusal, that's up to the person that does the screening, the human being that does the screening. This is a process in our center that's very specific. There are many specificities. The few minutes that you have with the blood donor that you need to see, that you need to notice, you know, their intention, if what they're talking about is really safe, is it honest? So I'm a nurse, okay? I've already worked with screening before. And so screening requires a person that has these skills to understand what is the real intention that that donor has. I mean, we know some donors have a hidden agenda, let's say. Maybe they want like a doctor's notice or letter to get off work, but in terms of the screening that's done, this professional that does the screening, we need to have this perception, who's going to receive that blood so that it can be safe. And whenever the donor is there, it's an opportunity for us to raise their awareness. And who's going to receive that blood in a safe manner? That's why the question is so important, I think. Yes, definitely. And so it's very sensitive. When you put the donor in the other person's shoes, this clinical empathy, let's say, they think twice if they're perhaps leaving any important information out, anything that can undermine. One more question, okay? One more question, no problem. Another question: the use of AI agents and the Langshan structure. Yes, we've been using AI to come up with our dashboards, especially a satisfaction survey. And this is easy data to deal with because when we send a satisfaction survey, we don't identify them with their name or CPF. And so to use AI to generate these automatic dashboards, we still have manual intervention in these indicator dashboards, but I don't really. I think this will be automated as well. Okay, great. Especially when we work with prediction or machine learning, the more volume of data, the more the machine learns, and the more they can give you more accurate results. And so, yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It's great when we started to do this with the dashboard using AI because we started to see results because of the huge volume of data we couldn't see before. And now with the use of AI, we started to pay more attention. These are issues, like I mentioned, it can make the donor perhaps not come back. And they may not really come back. So this helped a lot. And then we can do it. So if this is identified, we can say, look, you're right. And let's correct this process. Let's see if this meets your expectations. And we know that, even if there's marketing, and, it's a way to get around some issues, some problems and challenges. Now, one more question. So, for example, I have a bruise now after donating blood, and I mentioned something in this satisfaction survey. Who provides the feedback to the user? Is there a service, a specific service? Today, and so it's a way to try and give a response, and they can receive. It's very important to consider our users. And so better quality in care, certification. We hear a lot about this, um, uh, legislation and what's in the law, but it's always important, the importance of working in these interdisciplinary processes, the user experience, be it a patient or a blood donor, so that we can have continuous improvement in our process. I usually say that our donor is like free consulting service. Exactly. So quite often they say, why don't you change this? This would be better like that. And so for them, in the flow, it would make things easier. And sometimes we don't see that. We don't look at that. And so it's very important to collaborate. And the services we try to use, users, and to try and improve these. Yeah, sometimes we think to do something, we always think financial investments. You just listen to what the donor asked for, you analyze, and it's cost zero. And they're happy, and you don't spend anything. So that's great. That's exactly it. I mean, to listen to the donor, to listen to the patient, to listen to the user. So not only collection and screening, registration, every area, all the areas need to talk. So that's exactly it. To understand, to see if we require financial investment that sometimes you don't need. Sometimes it's, the way that they're received. All of this is important. That adds value to our services, and that has to do with technology and innovation, and also the quality of the blood that's being provided. Exactly, that's it. To understand that you're part of that process, you know? If you understand that you're part of that process, exactly. When you know that you're part of the process, if I'm from IT or from screening, everyone is part of the process. So this belonging is very important. All flows need to be well done, and the patient needs to be well taken care of. And so, you know, why provide the best service if we can't provide the best service to our patients? We're talking about hard skills and soft skills. And so, listening and reflecting, because quite often the suggestions that come make a lot of sense. The feedback makes a lot of sense. Exactly. To understand soft skills today, this is important. Sometimes they don't even have money to do this, but they want to donate blood. Once you understand this and you have this knowledge, this empathy with people, then the flow is lighter. I could spend the whole day talking to you. No, it'd be great. Me too. But we have to move on. No, yeah. So let's thank you for sharing your experience with us and to share with other hemo centers in Brazil. This is really great experience. We know that we need to get out of our comfort zone. And AI can help us with this. And now, what to do with all of this? I mean, what is my intervention for donors, for patients? Anyway, thank you so much. No, thank you. Continue with us here during the program. Definitely. I'll be here closely following the whole day. Thank you so much. It's a huge pleasure. And, you know, you're invited to come and take a look at our infrastructure. And so at this moment, we're going to invite Dr. Felipe Fantoja, who's physician and researcher in hematology in Ceará, and also the Federal University of Ceará, and CAR T therapy update and state of the art. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation. I'd like to thank everyone who's involved in the organization and to talk about our experience in the clinical development of advanced therapy known as CAR T therapy, specifically against CD19 that we see in cell B neoplasias. So the goal here is to show a little bit of this work and to talk about some regulatory aspects that are relevant for those that are doing projects in the same sense. CAR T therapy is classified by Anvisa as advanced therapy. I mean, if you look at Anvisa's website, you'll find information dealing with regulatory aspects. And here we're talking about ex vivo genetic therapy. We modify these cells, and after we give these cells back through infusion so that the cell can fight against a tumor cell through the recognition of the antigen. So in a certain way, we classify this as gene therapy, but it's cell therapy because we use cells as the main product. And it's immunotherapy because we have this relationship with immune cells, the recognition of antigens, and immune activation. Now, these are CAR T cells because the receiver that we introduce are called CAR. And this comes from English. And if we look at the receptor, we have a receptor that has the head, quote unquote, the head of the cell T body. So we have the part of recognition of a monoclonal antibody in the extracellular part. Then we have this transmembrane domain. And here, the signaling pathways of the cell T receptor. This is basically how the whole procedure takes place. This is a classic schematic when we talk about CAR T cells therapy. You take the T cells through apheresis, you collect the T cells, they're enriched in the lab, and in an automated system, or even semi-automated system, we do what we call transduction, viral transduction. We use the virus that's not pathogenic. It's non-virulent. It only is used for the transportation of the gene to get into the cell. So it's usually a retrovirus. And here it takes the gene inside the T cell. This T cell now starts to express on its surface the CAR T cell. And so we expand these cells so that the number of cells can increase significantly. When you reach the ideal dose of cells, then we put this back into the patient and the cell starts to recognize the tumor cell and bringing about cell death. So in this way, they're reprogrammed combatants, if you will. So we have different generations of these receptors that just didn't happen yesterday. These are decades of development for current generations. What makes one generation different from the other is the quantity of domains and accessory proteins that are allocated in the intracellular layer. So you have allocation of more domains, and these will activate cell immunity. Also, we have other proteins being expressed expression of IL-2, an important interleukin, and many other models, CAR-T models, which is really not the focus here, but even with the use of CRISPR. So in order to improve the efficacy and safety of these cells. The general mechanism is based on the recognition of the antigen. Now, letter A here, cell immunity mediated by the T cell. So you have this cell, and through NHC molecules, you have this antigen through the receptor. This presentation brings by activation, and so through this we have this effect of recognition and activation and destruction of tumor cells. But we know that tumor cells, they develop mechanisms for such systems that happen that naturally in the human body. And so the idea here is to remove this need for the presentation of antigens. And so the extracellular part and the antigen, that eliminates this need. And so now you start to recognize it directly. So the domains activate CAR-T, and cell death mechanisms are activated through receptors and other cell components. So what we have is really a reprogram of these cells for the development of immunity. So this has been around for decades. And then we have the first generation. And then evolution of the different generations. And in 2012, 2013, some clinical trials with human beings. And approval from the FDA in the US, the first CAR-T product. This is a news report published in 2017 after a pediatric patient with acute lymphoblastic leukemia went into remission, and after 5 years still in remission. Cancer-free. And so showing the impact of this therapy for a patient that had no more options. So this is valid to mention. This CAR-T therapy that's been approved by the FDA and also in Europe and by Anvisa in Brazil. This is mainly for patients that have had previous lines of treatment. Chemotherapy, bone marrow transplant, and even so, the patient progresses and has recurrence, and quite often is refractory to any further treatment. So this is an important alternative, a viable alternative. Now, there's a lot of experience in the whole world. Here we have a paper published by a German group showing that CAR-T cells, CD19, in non-clinical models present very relevant, significant efficacy. You can see that in the column with the mice marked with the tumor cells. So in blue here is the presence of tumor cells. And the groups that have been treated, you can see that these cells disappear from the animal model. Here showing that there's a lot of efficacy. So a very well model, a very well-known model. But we also have different articles showing this in clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Here, a multicentric study, a point of care, where they test different vectors before CD19 for, here in the case, the cohort is comprised by LLA and non-Hodgkin's. And what we have here is we can see not only that many patients went into remission, right? Here we can see in blue, they go into remission after CAR T treatment, but I want to call your attention not only to this graph, the LLA graph, but the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Even in remission, we have adverse events that are relevant for this kind of therapy. Cytokine release and neurotoxicity, two important, relevant adverse events for this kind of therapy. Now here, cell, and here we can see the curves, survival curves of the patients, survival, free of progression, and overall survival. So patients in remission after treatment, they have better survival, therefore greater life expectancy and better quality of life. So the international pharmaceutical industry, the big pharma, especially in the US and Europe, they commercialize these products at an average cost of $320,000. If we convert this into Brazilian reais, depending on the exchange rate of the day, one dose per patient is around 2 million to 3 million reais, depending on the product. So it's a very high cost for the private system and, of course, for the public system, especially in our country. And so we can see a lot of people taking this to court. Now, our project, not only our project, but many other projects throughout the world, these are projects, point of care, you know, those produced locally by institutions that are not from Big Pharma, this cost is reduced significantly. And so we're talking about 10 times less than what's commercialized by Big Pharma. A significant reduction. But of course, these projects need adaptations, authorizations, etc., so that it can happen. Another challenge is toxicity, like I mentioned, right? And this toxicity has been targeted by many studies, and today we have some protocols, management protocols of these adverse events, like the use of some drugs to deal with this level of toxicity. So many protocols have been able to control these adverse events. Another challenge is the scalability and logistics. And so we still have the issue. This is autologous therapy. And so we're still learning more about this. Also, in terms of logistics, we need to think about centralization of manufacturing and all aspects related to, testing the product, patient assessment, etc. So there are some issues that are important. If the clinical center where the patient will be is close to the manufacturing, is it far? Is there transportation? Is this transportation has to be validated? At what temperature will this happen? So logistics ends up being a challenge because there are many labs involved. I mean, you have serology, flow cytometry, microbiology, quality control, cell processing center, clinical center, where the patient will do biochemical assessments. It's a huge challenge. So how are we? This is something that I did some time ago. This is available at Anvisa's website. In advanced therapies, you have the database with all these therapies at Anvisa. And so we have here 4 products for CD19. 3 already registered, 1 phase 3 clinical trials. But I put here the 2 initiatives, 2 Brazilian initiatives that are academic, very similar to our projects in Ceará that are point of care. And so initiatives that are extremely important, technologically important for our country. Important in terms of technological independence and the reduction of costs for our population. Now, about our project and the development of this therapy. And it was idealized many years ago. Since 2018, this project has been built and thought of. And then with the pandemic, but then after this came back, and the automated system, this is a manufacturing project. In 2023, we began all regulatory issues involved in the project. We need to build a dossier, if you will. We need certification and 24 validation tests, different tests from manufacturing to simple molecular biology tests, transportation. And 2025, we're going to run the comparability tests and after submit our dossier to Anvisa for clinical trial authorization phases 1 and 2 with a forecast for 2026. A very relevant infrastructure when we talk about advanced therapy, CAR T therapy, because the requirements require a clean environment, a sterile environment. This is explicit not only in the standards, but talking about cell processing and the regulation from 2023 that also talks about the need for a clean environment. In our case, thanks to the health department and science and technology department, this is a process that has moved forward at the state level. And I think this is extremely important because we really need all of this authorization. And like I mentioned, our main type of equipment, it's the Prodigy system. And so it doesn't expose the environment or anything else. It's extremely important for our project. There are researchers, groups doing this. This is the German company that manufactures the equipment. He came here to qualify the equipment. And so, still about infrastructure, it's not only the cell processing center that does this. And in Emosi, we have the apheresis system that collects the cells with all the equipment, serology for infectious disease testing, HPV, HCV, syphilis, hepatitis. So different tests, flow cytometry. All of these cells will be analyzed with flow cytometry and molecular biology. This is all important to check the detection of endotoxins, and also quality management is key in this whole process because they organize all the documentation and non-compliance, standardization. And at the hospital side, we have the Walter Cantídio Hospital also participating, and most recently the Unimed Hospital of Fortaleza, where they have all the clinical apparatus with their clinicians in terms of outpatient clinics, ICUs, lab exams, imaging exams, and so you can see how the infrastructure is quite complex and needs to be all synchronized and well coordinated. So our study is phase 1 and phase 2 study to determine efficacy and safety of the CAR-T anti-CD19 product. Anyway, this is basically the timeline. I'm not going to go into the details here, but what's important to mention is that it's a clinical trial. This was approved by CONEP in terms of ethics regulation. Once the patient accepts the consent form, if they don't accept, they don't participate in this study. And then the product goes to the cell processing center. And so here showing an efficacy in cells that express CD19 antigen. And here increasing these tumor cells that are usually destroyed. and other cells that don't express CD19 antigen. This effect is followed by a production of some interleukins that are important for the mechanism of action. This product from our project is cryopreserved. This transportation, it needs to be validated. It's stored in liquid nitrogen in its vapor phase. This is our team validating the transportation. Here's some requirements for this product. So the feasibility, endotoxins, mycoplasm, transduction, the presence of a virus, the number of vector copies within the cell. Anyway, a whole bunch of requirements where each one it's done in a different lab. And what are these regulatory aspects in the Brazilian scenario that are extremely relevant? Now, if you go on Anvisa's website, you're going to find these three standards or laws talking about clinical trials for advanced therapy, the registration of the product, when you want to register and commercialize the product, and some good practices related to these advanced therapy products. And so here we can see how we do our study. So first, classification of PTA. This could be done via Anvisa, where you can consult with specialists from the agency. Once you classify and you do these meetings, then you go on the first authorizations and certifications. And here they're responsible for biosecurity in our country. Any institution that works with PTA needs to have an internal committee, the biosecurity committee that will evaluate your project, your product, and sends to ISTIHB and the regularity of the activity and classify as an NB2 product or NB1, depending on the PTA. In the case of CAR-T, in our project, we classify as NB2. And so once you acquire this quality certificate, you can go on with your tests and you can work with genetically modified organisms. Now, another important authorization from the ethics committee, CONEB usually is used. CONEB is the agency for ethics and research. Once you have this approved, then you can move forward with human studies, human trials. Then you start to prepare a DTCTA for advanced therapy. And then there are details what this dossier needs to have. It's important that everything related to analytical tests, they need to be validated. And so if you're going to do flow cytometry, this all needs to be validated. Molecular biology. And then we also continue now in manufacturing. And so here, established by other entities, other institutions, then you compare. But if you're doing a new product, you're making a new product, then this validation test needs to be more elaborate. validation of transportation and storage is important, and all of these reports are consolidated. And this is sent to Anvisa. Anvisa authorizes the clinical trial, and then you can do your clinical trial. So what are today components of this dossier? Everything is here. And here in these annexes we have quality certificates for reagents, validation reports, etc. Now here we have a schematic. Once it's authorized by Anvisa, then we start to recruit patients. Once they authorize participation in this study, they're evaluated. They're taken to apheresis. The product of apheresis is sent to manufacture. So the CAR T cells that are manufactured are cryopreserved. Meanwhile, the patient is going through bridge therapy and or other therapy. And after this, the CAR T product is infused. And all of the efficacy and safety analyses are done, and these results, these outcomes of efficacy and security are consolidated in the final dossier and sent to Anvisa. So to finish, the challenges are many steps until you can authorize. Biosecurity, CETENI-BIO. Anyway, so many issues. And the inputs that are utilized are imported from abroad. And new authorizations need to be requested. For example, if you're going to import, then there's the issue of the importing license from Anvisa. So import is also something important. Adaptation of the infrastructure, it's relevant, needs to be adapted to the regulation. And of course, things can change. Now, the deadlines are huge. So the dossier from Anvisa, 180 days. So 6 months of assessment. CETENI-BIO has a deadline. And of course, we need to think about all of this. The challenge is centralization or decentralization of this process. If it's a multicentric study, the distance between these institutions is important. The transportation is important. And also professional qualification. It's new therapy, it's important therapy, and needs qualification. And many others, because many other challenges are found along the way. I would like to thank the entire team, more than 40 people involved in this project. We have the state government of Ceará involved. It's very important, the sponsorship from the state government, the Federal University of Ceará, together with the University Hospital. Unimed Fortaleza is also part of the project. Will participate in phase 1 and 2 trials. FONCAP, who has funded part of the project, and everyone else involved. I'd like to thank you. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Well, thank you for this great talk from Dr. Felipe. It's amazing how to use CAR T cells, how this innovation has come to improve the quality of life and the possibility for treatment and those that need this kind of therapy. I would like to thank Dr. Filippi for the explanations. And there are many questions here, Dr. Filippi, many questions for you. I would like to thank you for participating. And this is a great project. And so you finished your presentation talking about challenges, many challenges. But there's a question from Paraíba where they're asking, what are the breakthroughs in CAR T cell therapy? How these breakthroughs can influence the future in hemotherapy services in Brazil? Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'd like to thank Dr. Nachiani. It's always a great pleasure to see you. Now, how could this impact transfusion and blood components? Maybe it won't impact so much, but leukemias, we know, can require this kind of approach. And what can impact really is the prognosis in these patients. And so, and if they need the transfusion, CAR T cells are an option for those patients that are refractory with monoclonal antibodies, hematopoietic cell transfusion. Many of these patients are refractory and they recur after the treatment. So CAR T cells are this idea, a new therapy and improve the prognosis. So really, maybe it wouldn't impact so much the transfusion of hemo components. It depends on the final decision, but will impact on the prognosis for sure. Right. There's another question here from Piauí asking, what are the main challenges that you identify in terms of logistics, infrastructure, in hemocenters? Some things that you can see? Well, in my talk, I talked about some of them, but I'm going to share a little bit of our experience. And in 2023, we received a communication from Anvisa where it's essential to have a clean environment. When we talk about a clean environment, and ISO that's used where you have to have a specific material in the room, you need to have recirculation system, you need to measure particles in the environment, positive and negative pressure depending. So all of this has been a major challenge. And none of this was in our plans. So how did we see this? We had to adapt. So I believe that in terms of the main challenges, So this is all relevant because the cost of this is very high. So to build a clean room, this requires a very, very high cost. Another challenge that I can highlight is the issue of centralization of the different steps. It's different steps, not only manufacturing, a patient assessment at the hospital, labs, different labs. We have serology, molecular biology, flow cytometry, quality control. And you need to have all of this very synchronized. So this is important, but it's a major challenge. So this is a challenge. And to finish, a third challenge or a third hurdle that we face, the quantity, all the legislation behind all of this. Many details, and the team needs to pay close attention. You have ethics, you have biosecurity, CEPI-CONEP, you have biosecurity, CTN-Bio, national surveillance. So this regulatory network is very complex. And it's different from what we see in the US, for example, or even in Europe, where it's more centralized. So we have different regulatory agencies for the same thing, and there we see something more centralized. In Europe, EMA centralizes a lot of this. So anyway, this is also a major challenge, I can say, in our country. Right. Just to finish, just to close with Dr. Filippi, our time is almost up, but this is a question from Sarah. And so the use of gene therapy and CAR T-cell therapy can open the door to other types of therapy like CRISPR? For treatment of leukemia, for example, yeah, definitely. And more than that, I mean, we're talking about a hemo center and hematology. In December 2023, I don't remember exactly, but the first CRISPR therapy to treat some types of disease. And just like CAR T cells, they were approved in 2017. They arrived in Brazil in 2022. The CRISPR therapy that was approved in 23 or 24 in the US, 2-3 years from now, we'll have this in Brazil. And so it's a possibility, it's a reality, not only for the treatment of these blood disorders, but other types of disease. However, the challenge is a regulatory challenge. If industry wants to offer these services or products, they'll have to go through all these regulatory steps so that Anvisa can do this. Right, interesting. how we're going through this change in medicine. Alternatives for patients. We know how difficult it is to live with this kind of disease. We call it benign, but for other types of disease as well. So it's really great to see medicine using AI and gene therapy so that these patients can have more options and to improve their prognosis and quality of life. I would like to thank Dr. Felipe for participating. Unfortunately, because of the time, I know we still would have a lot of questions, but we have to stop here. But please continue sending your questions. We're going to write them down. And I'd like to thank you for your participation. Congratulations. We know of the importance and the complexity to participate in such a robust project spearheaded by yourself and Dr. Fernando Barroso. So we're very happy to participate. And we see that things are helping people, people that need more technology and innovation. Thank you so much. No, thank you. It's great to mention Dr. Fernando Barroso. Thank you, Dr. Tatiana. I'd like to thank the Institute and the whole team. And also, I'd like to thank Hemocentros Unidos as well. Yes, thank you so much. Well, everyone, so continuing with our program, we're going now to break for lunch. And at 1:30 p.m., we'll be back with this afternoon, the roundtables and other discussions, okay? So we'll be back in a short while.
Em cada lugar do Brasil, há pessoas que precisam de cuidado, esperança e solidariedade. E o Instituto Pró-Hemo, IPH, nasceu com um propósito: salvar vidas e promover saúde através de atendimento gratuito e especializado, ações comunitárias e promoção da doação de sangue e cadastro de medula óssea no Brasil. Essa é a nossa história e você faz parte dela. Tudo começa com um ato de generosidade e amor ao próximo. Nosso trabalho, ao lado de cada hemocentro brasileiro, incentiva a doação de sangue e o cadastro de medula óssea, oferecendo esperança para quem precisa e fomentando a solidariedade entre as pessoas. Com mais de 16.000 atendimentos realizados desde 2021, ano em que a clínica IPH Saúde abriu suas portas, nosso maior desafio é oferecer uma saúde de qualidade para pessoas que muitas vezes não conseguem um atendimento especializado ou um diagnóstico preciso. Pacientes com doenças hematológicas. Acreditamos que a educação também salva vidas. Por isso, o IPH Educa está sempre pronto, oferecendo cursos de qualidade e formando profissionais preparados e com excelência na área da saúde. Cursos voltados para estudantes ou para profissionais que já trabalham na Hemorrede Nacional. Capacitar é transformar. A jornada do Instituto Pró-Hemo é feita de histórias, mas ainda há muito a fazer. Faça parte dessa transformação, seja um parceiro, ajude o IPH a salvar vidas e espalhar esperança. Lado a lado, já estamos fazendo a diferença. Instituto Pró-Hemo, IPH, nasceu com um propósito: salvar vidas e promover saúde através de atendimento gratuito e especializado, ações comunitárias e promoção da doação de sangue e cadastro de medula óssea no Brasil. Essa é a nossa história e você faz parte dela. Tudo começa com um ato de generosidade e amor ao próximo. Nosso trabalho, ao lado de cada hemocentro brasileiro, incentiva a doação de sangue e o cadastro de medula óssea, oferecendo esperança para quem precisa e fomentando a solidariedade entre as pessoas. Com mais de 16 mil atendimentos realizados desde 2021, ano em que a clínica IPH Saúde abriu suas portas, nosso maior desafio é oferecer uma saúde de qualidade para pessoas que muitas vezes não conseguem um atendimento especializado ou um diagnóstico preciso. Pacientes com doenças hematológicas. Acreditamos que a educação também salva vidas, por isso o IPH Educa está sempre pronto, oferecendo cursos de qualidade e formando profissionais preparados e com excelência na área da saúde. Cursos voltados para estudantes ou para profissionais que já trabalham na Hemorrede Nacional. Capacitar é transformar. A jornada do Instituto Pró-Hemo é feita de histórias, mas ainda há muito a fazer. Faça parte dessa transformação, seja um parceiro, ajude o IPH a salvar vidas e espalhar esperança. Lado a lado, já estamos fazendo a diferença.
Good afternoon. Let's continue with our afternoon program. And so we'd like to invite Dr. Patricia Casting, General Director from Santa Catarina. She's going to talk to us about the use of whole blood in pre-hospital care. I'm Patricia Casting from ISTIHB. I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here and our experience in total blood or whole blood. This project today is already a reality that began in July of 22. Previously, ISTIHB is for those that worked in the police to see how we could supply total blood, how this could happen. Some people had knowledge that this was done in the US and thought that there were many benefits for patients. And so this is the idea, the proposal to initiate this use here in Santa Catarina. And so we were still under the pandemic, and there was the delivery from ISTIHB and the first whole blood to be used in pre-hospital care. And how did we get here? Well, we were approached by them with this innovative proposal. It was a challenge for us, and here we can show you what the reality looks like today. Today, they take this whole blood to the hospital. So the physician, the first person on the scene, reports. And then here we can see the use of total blood on the scene because of this accident. And so after when the person is transferred to hospital by helicopter or helivac, as it were. And how does this work? Well, at ISTIHB, whole blood was only used in autologous transfusions. And so we didn't have the experience, and we had to study this. We had a lot of support from Dr. Machiete, a physician and researcher who works with this at many emergency wards in the US, and he gave us all the support to organize and understand and to make this a reality today at MOSCI. We did a whole bunch of adjustments in terms of our processes and even in the computer system. Now, this study shows that half of preventable deaths among civilians could be avoided, and they happen because of hemorrhaging. So our care was the selection of donors. What is the criteria to make this whole blood available, and the traceability of the whole process? We define the use of whole blood, O positive, considering O negative in our population. Only 9% of the population has O negative blood type. We wouldn't have stock to meet the needs for this population. Now, people that are O positive, around 10 to 20% have a low anti-A and anti-B, which is critical requirement. And the use of the system and this is reinforced by the group and other studies. So daily, amongst donors, those that fit into this kind of profile, so these are male donors, women who haven't used any special medication in the last couple of days, repeat donors, and 400 to 500 ml, the collection time, 11 minutes, and visual inspection to see if there are any problems. And so this is collected and selected. There's no fractioning. We collect in this double pouch, waiting for this. Now, how do we do the titer? 1 to 100, and it's positive or negative. Now, the pouches will be released, anti-B considered positive to leave quarantine, and those that are negative, we wait for serology. And so it's labeled as whole blood, and the other one is connected and then sealed. And then we wait 14 days, but we're going to increase this to 21 days. And then we retype the whole blood. And we also have some backup. Whole blood pouches have this preservation chamber, and the temperature is constantly monitored. It's as if it was stored here at MOSCI. Here we have pre-hospital care that's provided, and the blood is supplied from a request from the physician. And they don't have any stored pouches there. And they are used, but they're being replaced and they always need to have two. And so, in order for this to happen, here we are receiving and storing the pouches. And here, the collection pre-transfusion. Here, if the pouch is not used, it's given back to ISTIHB. And we do everything according to the legislation, pre-transfusion, and all the traceability. We've had training with the teams, how to store the pouch, the transfusion, and all necessary records. The transfusion tests are there. They were used in that scenario. We helped them to have a pre-transfusion sample and to keep this sample. And then there is the transfusion, and after, with the patients, we go to such and such hospital. And then the pouch and the sample that was used, and we do the tests post-transfusion, but pre-transfusion samples. So we have pre-transfusion samples, and we do the compatibility test. Now, the transfusion process, we have authorization from the surveillance department. We have SOPs, treatment, and constant follow-up about the use and all the different processes. Here's some statistical data from July 2022. We've used this in 70 different cases, beginning with Florianópolis, and after this was extended to Blumenau. And then high complexity medicine in Blumenau, and here we have the main incidents where the blood was used. A major use in male patients, 20 to 45 years of age, and the major use really was for trauma, because of accidents with major blood loss. And here, other uses, and here it's not very clear what was the use, but it's the physician who's responsible for this transfusion. And our reality today, we use whole blood in Florianópolis, in Blumenau, in hospital emergency. We are expanding this year to Chapecó and Criciúma. And 26, this will happen in another region. So here's the region of Florianópolis. Here's a map of Santa Catarina. Most of the population is here. Here are our units in Florianópolis. And then Blumenau using whole blood. And here the Chapecó region, Criciúma towards the south, and expanding to the Serra region in the central area. So I would like to thank for the opportunity. This is our pouch. And all the information. And the traceability. And we would like to thank Well, we have provided all the guidance. We work with very serious professionals who follow all our guidance. And this is done all throughout Santa Catarina. This is our mascot. And thank you so much, and see you next time around. Thank you. Yes, thank you. This is something relatively new. And this is a specific context. The use of whole blood in pre-hospital care. And I have a couple of questions for Dr. Patricia. Welcome. It's a great pleasure to see you. Hello. It's a great pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our experience. Thank you. IPH. Wonderful. There is a question here from Bahia. What are the clinical and logistics criteria that help you to choose whole blood in pre-hospital care in comparison to fractionated components? The major advantage, what happens, there's a certain difficulty in defining what's the transfusion protocol. And you have to have all the components, and platelets and plasma, and there are different protocols. And you have to think of all the blood components. And there we can have all of the blood components in one single pouch, since the pouch is cooled and so these studies show really the clinical aspects involved and also the execution of the procedure. Great. There's another question here. The adoption of this practice has impacted clinical outcomes in trauma and emergency, especially in regions with limited resources. Yes, what we've heard, because these patients arrive at hospital, and depending on what happened, but most of them have survived because depending on the type of transfusion, it was very difficult to survive. And so the idea is to save lives, to recover these patients. So most cases that we've had, fortunately, the outcome was quite positive. Excellent. It's very rare, those cases where we didn't have a positive outcome. Usually we're talking about a lot of trauma, and depending on many other factors. But in controlled studies, yes, of course, the context and clinical situation of the patient will influence the final clinical outcome. Yeah. Sometimes the person is in the battlefield, for example, when we talk about war, and to have all of this stored and where time is extremely sensitive. So This is even more critical than the use of whole blood in this way. And how is this interface with this mobile emergency care? You know, the qualification of the healthcare professionals. How is this interface? We're talking about pre-hospital care and specialized service. So, how was this? Our experience was very positive because they are very correct in what they do and they want this to work. So, first, they presented the proposal to us. They knew this was done in the US, they've read some papers. So we studied how to do this in the US, and this is very important. And even today, when we have questions, we send the doctor a WhatsApp, he answers us and helps us with our decision making. So we learned about the process and O positive, what are the different impacts, how this would work. And then everyone was trained in terms of transfusion, storage. They're very correct in the way they do it. So they have a chamber, and of course we have a partnership signed between the stakeholders about the responsibility and accountability of each one. We're expanding to other centers. And now we're already expanding to some other locations in Santa Catarina. We evaluate our capacity. And so we evaluate. They train the team on location. We have this partnership. A challenge that we have is that in Emoski, most hospitals, large hospitals, and so we know some patients arrive for transfusion, and then we do all the tests, everything. Now, when it's not ours, then we need a third partner, the hospital that's going to receive the patient. And we try to guide them. Of course, communication is instrumental. When there's a pouch, they know they have to go to such and such hospital. And then the patient can be released to treatment. And we know time is of the essence. Right. We see the engagement and the importance of intersectoral communication, right? Between specialized services and we know that there is a protocol, there is a guideline that'll guarantee that this transfusion be as safe as hospital transfusion. Guaranteeing quality care. It's a different context, right? I mean, they're in a context of trauma. And so this communication facilitates this early treatment, this early care. We know what kind of care, everybody knows what they're going to do. So it's really great to see this interconnection, if you will, between the services and improvement for the patient in terms of their prognosis and their clinical outcome. Yeah, exactly. Um, there's a major goal to help the patient so the outcome can be the best one possible. When you deploy in different places, there's a strategic profile. I mean, how do you deploy? Well, in Santa Catarina, we're a small state. All the services, most of them are private. Most of these services are public, actually. So who requests where? It's pre-hospital care. We have many tourists here, and so and because of traffic, it can be difficult. And so sometimes along the coast, and we try to see where we have most of our units that can provide support. And it depends on the conditions, the patient profile, and hospital infrastructure. If it's very small, then it's difficult. So for that region, it's important because any patient that's there needs such services. And so time is a factor that defines where we're going with this. Right. So there are technical requirements that are taken into account. The first responders together with the Hemo Center. Excellent. Dr. Patricia, thank you so much for your participation. It's always a great pleasure to hear you. And I'd like to thank you for your excellent lecture. Yeah, thank you, Dailana, and everyone, and the organizers. Even if it's online, it's always really great, very well organized. It's really quite excellent. And, we're all together on this, and excellent talks here. So, congratulations for this event. And so, I'm at your full disposal. Perhaps we can help you apply this, and we're expanding to other places, other locations, and the main goal is the patient. Our main goal is the patient. Exactly. Thank you so much. Great to see you again. Thank you. All the best. Well, so let's move forward. Here we start the round tables. To begin this first moment, we're going to invite Welder Carlos, project manager with the Economic and Social Development in Campina Grande, IDEGRA, and he's going to talk to us about sub-zero system for temperature monitoring. And they're going to address technology innovation systems and management. Hello, everyone. It's great to participate in this first symposium. And it's really a great opportunity. So I'm speaking here from Campina Grande, and we have a partnership with the Pró-Hemo Institute, and we're trying to develop some technology. And now a presentation of a project. And the idea is to monitor the super freezers or coolers to transport this material in the different units and hospital units. So here, a quick introduction. And the idea is to monitor temperature and air moisture in these different environments, trying to maintain the integrity and so to guarantee that that equipment or that component or that cooler and when there's drastic change in temperature, and that that material can be correctly disposed of. And so this was the first goal. And Edson, who is our front-end developer, is going to show you the tool and how it works. We've already have developed the software and hardware. The hardware is being built, but software is ready and totally up and running. And now we're going to show you the tool. Here we have the first prototype that we did. This is an equipment to be put in a fridge, a super freezer, or in a container. To monitor the temperature in real time. Every 30 seconds, to know if that temperature range, if that equipment is adequate in conserving the material. So this is the equipment that's in the fridge. You know, there's an alarm if the door is open. And here you see temperature. And if there are variations and there are alerts, and so here we have a mobile device that has Wi-Fi connection, Bluetooth connection. And here, by means of a cell phone chip, here in a cooler, and here monitoring the temperature, so that we have the guarantee that during the trip or during the transportation of the material, the ideal temperature for transportation is guaranteed. So there is embedded GPS with a temperature sensor, and we see this in real time. This information is sent to our servers in real time. Temperature and moisture are monitored. So even if there's an area where there's no communication, no internet communication, like between Fortaleza and Crato or Sobral, so this information is not lost. It's saved in the memory card, and as soon as I have internet connection, then it's going to send the data that was not transmitted. And so we can see the evolution of the equipment. So, for example, driver left the car under the sun, and then the temperature went up. Temperature went up, and then they put more ice. So besides, this being difficult to happen, but with this equipment, we can guarantee, even if the cooler has been opened, if the box has been opened, part of the temperature, the difference in temperature that will be sent by the equipment for monitoring, the operator will be able to determine if that hemo component will be discarded or not. If it's out of the temperature range, and so here we have and now I'm going to pass the floor to my colleague, who is a front-end developer. All right, go ahead. Hello, everyone. Now I'm going to show you some of the screens that were developed by us. This screen is the login screen for users to get into the system. It's important to mention that in this system, there are 4 different kind of accounts. Sector account, those that are responsible for each sector. Department, and other sectors. A coordinator account responsible for the donation center. And you can see all of this kind of information. And administrator responsible for analyzing the system as a whole. To register an account, you need to talk to someone responsible for the department. So you need to register users, and only admins can do this. This screen is the initial screen with a dashboard of all the devices that have been registered. Here, we can see the filter of all the donation centers, all the online devices, and this is by GPS. They can filter by department and by sector. It's important to mention that this account can only see devices in terms of their donations from their department, and here only the devices from their own sector. In other words, there's no type of interference between different donation centers. This data is fictitious data. It's only here to see how they behave with the data. Now, the location screen, where we can see all the devices that have latitude and longitude, filtering by GPS and by freezer. That point on the map is a device that's connected in real time, displayed in my home, which is a freezer type connected to a blood pouch. Here, a location screen where we'll be able to search for the data of a given device. Since this is the administrator, we can read all the devices from all the centers. And then they select what is the device, the day and hour, and the quantity of information that's been sent to the database, and the information of each point, temperature, latitude, etc. Here, incidents, where users can record incidents, or when a device is in state of alert, and can also, you can have future maintenance for that device. This is the individual screen, the data from each device. And here, temperature and real-time location, and this filter for temperature. This is a drop in temperature. And now, in the report screen, where users can create reports. Here we can filter by donation center, department, or sector. And here I only select what devices that I want to generate a report, and the report is created. Here the information is being produced, but after we can see a prototype of what it's going to look like. Here we can see device type, donation center address, sector, and maintenance log or track record. Location, temperature. Furthermore, department sectors, where in a coordination account, you can see all the departments, sectors, and users from your specific donation center. A department account can see everything about their sectors and users. And type sector, they can see only regarding that sector. And just to show the screens, Here are the names of the people involved. So continuing with our discussion. Now we're going to talk to a researcher from the UFC. The compartilha system to monitor stocks. Hello, everyone. My name is Lívia Barreto. I'm a researcher and founder of Compartilha. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today to share what this system is all about. Compartilha, where we share materials and blood pouches. And we observed, for example, many people sharing oxygen, beds, and we started to think, why not to share blood pouches? We had developed some mathematical modeling, and we evolved this into a software package that could be applied. So there's an initial context where we see reports saying a drop in blood donations, the risks of not having blood anymore available. So this situation that is critical in some contexts. But on the other hand, there's this Anvisa bulletin where more than 40% of hemo components are thrown out in Brazil every year. And so this is what called our attention to deal with this even more. Maybe there's some people watching that are not from the health area, but these are products that come from blood and that are connected. So platelets, plasma, and that's why we say that a blood pouch can save different lives. And so it's these four components and patients that need this. Here in the state of Ceará, which is where I live, and these pouches are expensive. More than 4 million units are thrown out every year in our country. And so we have 200 million reais that could be better used. Of course, we know that there is the expiry date, but the blood that's collected and that's not approved in tests. And so we understand that with intelligent management, we can decrease this waste. And so in meetings with the health department, and things can vary between 800 to 1,000 reais. And we really believe that this is way more when we're talking about Brazil, which is a continental country. So 200 million is quite a lot. Usually you can put together a complete hospital. And so there is the situation that we could work to reduce waste.
Além disso, gente, quem trabalha no
And also those that work at hemo centers, we know
a gestão completa
that this is complex management in the supply chain.
dos produtos, né? A gente trouxe ali hemácias,
So we have plasma, platelets, and other products, but
BO,
different types
tipo
are
negativo,
H positive, negative. We have,
se é irradiado, se é desdepositado e irradiado, se é pediátrico,
if it's pediatric,
né? Alguns hemocentros, como
and
hemocentro
some hemo centers
de fenotipagem,
already work with phenotyping.
múltiplos produtos,
So different products
são produtos que
and products
têm
that
validade restrita.
have limited
Eles,
expiry.
por exemplo, as plaquetas, elas só duram até 5 dias, as hemácias, 42. Então, é complexo de
And so it's complex
sistema.
to
Além disso,
manage this whole system,
armazenamento,
and the proper storage, correct temperature,
a gente tem também um contexto no nosso país de envelhecimento da nossa
and
população.
also the aging of our population.
Está aumentando cada vez
We
mais.
know the population is aging, and this shows that the population
Hemocomponentes, porque a
needs
população
more
vai ficando mais velha,
blood
vai
components,
provavelmente passar por mais procedimentos cirúrgicos, tratamentos de
more
câncer.
surgeries,
Então, isso tudo vai fazendo com que aumente a necessidade de hemocomponentes, né?
and
Como
so
fazer para manter doadores regulares? O nosso país, gente, ele
our
não está
country,
previsto da Organização Mundial de Saúde. Atualmente, no Brasil,
currently in
só
Brazil,
1% da população é doadora regular.
just few are regular donors, and the WHO
Isso
recognizes that we need to be self-sufficient in terms of blood
1%
donations.
seja doadora regular. Então, a gente não
And
atinge
so,
essa OMS. E, como eu falei, tem
like I
componentes
said,
perecível do sangue. Então, quando a gente trabalha com
when we
produtos
work
de
with products,
investimento, que só advém de solidariedade, a gente não consegue comprar no Brasil,
and
não
it's
tem como
difficult to
comprar.
purchase in Brazil, you can't
Isso
buy
tudo
and
vai
sell
fazendo
blood.
uma problemática que quando a
So
gente
this is a
vê
problem.
todos esses
When
fatores,
we
necessita
see all these factors
então, a gente entende bastante o contexto da
and we understand this
dificuldade de
context, the
tomada de
difficulties
decisão.
in decision making.
E foi daí que surgiu a nossa
And
solução,
this is where our solution comes from. Compartilha.
compartilha, gente,
Compartilha.
para disponibilizar hemocomponentes no momento correto, ou seja, para
And the
equilibrar
idea is to balance
e de demanda, para que
supply and demand.
tenha esse balanceamento, né, do que é necessário. Além disso, além de
Furthermore,
reduzir o desperdício de
reduce
hemocomponentes,
waste in hemo components or blood components
jogados à
that
natureza,
can't be thrown out
né, e dessa
in
forma
nature,
reduzem os gastos com esse lixo
and
infectocontaminante,
reducing
muitas
expenditure,
vezes mais caro do que o lixo comum. Hoje, a maioria desses
where
hemocomponentes
most of these components are incinerated.
para a poluição
And this contributes
atmosférica,
to air pollution,
que já é um fator bastante
which
controverso no
is a
país.
critical factor in our country.
E a
So,
compartilha, ela surge nesse contexto, certo? E eu digo
Compartilha
que
is
essa
in this
solução,
sense
ela é
a solution
todos os brasileiros.
that is for all Brazilians. Everyone can one day,
Aliar que esse
someone
a
may
população
need a blood donation,
ela está à disposição para que tenha esse nível equilibrado
and that has this level
quando essa
between supply and demand.
momento exato essa solicitação, certo? Detalhando um pouco mais a solução, a gente tem
And
grupos
so we
de
have
cientistas simples
different
que nos
groups that
informam
inform us
os acessos e
about
faltas, né? O que está
access,
necessário
etc., what's extra or what's needed in terms of blood. For Emosi,
projeto piloto,
where we put together a pilot project,
de hematologia do estado do Ceará,
and
a
so
gente não coleta, hoje a gente não coleta
today we
informações
don't collect information,
acerca de excessos e faltas porque eles têm isso sistematizado. Então a
and
gente criou
so
uma API, que é a
we
API
put together an API that connects
mesa
with the
e
system
extrai essas
and
informações
extracts the information in real
em tempo
time.
recíproco. Então a gente não precisa
So we don't need any staff that needs to input because we obtain this directly from the system. But I just want to say that this is customized for each hemocenter. So with Excel spreadsheets, for example, we can use this version that we already have. If you're a hemocenter that uses a different system, and from this information, we have a negotiation system to optimize. So it's a way to share. This is operational research in engineering. It's as if it's a decision tree where each branch has a possible solution. I don't want a possible solution. I want the best solution, the one that optimizes the entire system, the entire network. Because there's mathematical modeling where we minimize waste, the autonomy of the stock, if we need elective surgery or an emergency situation, other factors. And so there's mathematical modeling where our intelligence system helps in this decision making. And from there, we have negotiations between blood banks. This can be approved or not by managers, but this is the best exchange. This is the best exchange that we can have between blood banks. Here are some screens from the system. We have here our system, www.compartilha.com.br. We have our website where you can get in touch, WhatsApp data, social media, some of our supporters, some news that has come out in the media, our team, and some contact information. Access to our system through a login and password. Now, going back to the presentation, some screens from our system. And so here, an example of the Hemocenter in Fortaleza. Because this function was based on some parameters that would be the ideal stock. This operation takes some seconds, actually, because the safe stock, such as in São Paulo, so all of this is done according to the region. So our system has the supply and demand, and from here I can visualize and filter by type of component. Here, 52 plasma pouches, BO and O, and here in Juazeiro that was registered. So the types of plasma, all the supply and all the demand from the system. And from here, in the system, we can share. This sharing, they're traceable. When we have the product, or it can be canceled for some reason. Maybe there's a problem or something, but we make this all operational. Now here, sharing between Fortaleza and Sobral. Current situation. This is a code for the Hemo Center. And so what our system creates is a way to share, and we can print this report, we can filter, and here, for example, the pouches that will be sent to Juazeiro. And here we have all of these negotiations to balance supply and demand. So this is done manually and empirical. So why manual, Olivia? Because usually you use Excel spreadsheets or emails. And they try to organize accordingly. And so this is sustainable development. Now, when we can increase or improve the care for our population, and the collection that is shared, and the production and consumption that's more responsible. And when we help with these procedures and sharing and partnership between hemo centers, it's a lot more than just a system, you know. We want to create local, regional, and national networks for collaboration, for blood banks to collaborate. It's a new way of working. To optimize public resources, improve the quality of services rendered and provided. And so I congratulate the initiatives of this panel, this roundtable, for innovation and automation in the government. And so, public and state level, and so also with private institutions, we have this market of more than 2,000 services between public and private. And our business model, using the system and having access to all of these reports. We work with monthly membership. and what the system needs for that hemo center. And so we reached all of these milestones with BNDES. So this is a program from the Ministry of Technology. And we were classified in Nova Fiche, Ceará, from FUNCAP in the state of Ceará. And the Otimista Award from 2023. And also the ArcelorMittal Award for social environmental transformation. We're also amongst the 6 top health techs in the iAwards. We also won an award in ideation category, companies that create a positive impact for society. Currently, we participate in 2 SEBRAE programs, where we also receive resources to help us in our development. And currently, we were classified in Impacto Produtivo from the Brazilian Association. And so we can see different departments, ministries, private companies that have bet on our solution. Now, we did this in our network, and they chose 6 hemo centers for us to work with in Fortaleza. Here, we had limited routes, many of the hemo centers, and we only used routes that were allowed, that had cars coming and going to these hemo centers. And after a month, around 900 pouches shared. And really removing many costs. Now, we're a team of researchers that want to look into this and to transform this into a startup, into a company. In this context of blood banks. I'm Lívia Barreto, Master's in Business Administration. I'm also engineer from the Federal University of Ceará. And this is the rest of our team that is here on the slide. And so here we have our CTO. So all of us help, be it in research or management or to develop the company. These are the founders. This is what I wanted to share with you. Blood is life. So share this idea, share this solution. If you want to learn more about what we do, log on to our website. And We're at your full disposal to explain a little bit more about our solution, answer any questions you may have. I would like to thank the organizers to be here and to talk about our solution. And finally, just to say that I full disposal to talk more. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. All right, so let's continue with our discussions. I'd like to invite Michele Castelo Branco, who is IT coordinator here from SARA. She's going to share with us and to talk about Hemo system. Hello, Michele Castelo Branco. And I was invited to talk to you about Hemo system and the Hemo network, or the blood network. I have a background in IT, and at Emosi, I was responsible for supervision of systems, and after supervisor in systems. And of course, we have many other support systems. Electronics, and I'm also leading many of these systems in SARA, in many of our units. My experience in system management, in public health, and of course in different systems. We provide support, development. Emosi, where we are part of a state network. We offer specialized services. And here guaranteeing care within the state system and coordinate different programs. As we can see here, quality of life. And the main goal here at Emosi, we have this support system where we centralize all the information for workers, so nobody has to worry and know how we can access the different systems. So it's a way to be the place where all workers could have access to systems, warnings, etc. All the relevant information in the system. So a way that we could use the system. And of course, there are many systems that we use. And so this system has this idea, this proposal of facilitating the process. And this is something that we use here in the institution. This is the system, the gateway if you will, to all our workers. So we have different types of information here, different information. And so here we can see we have access to the system, the website, strategic planning, email, capacity building, scientific communications, and everything is basically here. And when you click here in the system, we see all of the systems, everything that's available. Now, this screen is the screen where we can have access to the system. All of the different systems that we use and support modules. Support for hematology, different modules. Now, with time, we felt the need to change all of these modules. The modules grew, and we wanted to develop other systems. And so we started to put together these tools and the potential of the development team and the idea to create more solutions. And so here, the different modules and other systems, support systems. The system is developed for hemotherapy, hematology. And so whenever we see the need for another system, our development team helps for us to develop such systems. All of them we have the Hemo system, or those that have an H at the end, the letter H. This is one of the solutions that we've created in this sense. So here's just a couple of them. Talking a little bit just to see, but we have many others that have been developed. And so the first one is this indicator system. And indicators, so we used to have a process of indicators that was more manual. And now with further development, all our indicators are recorded here. And, we receive the data, critical analysis, action plans, etc. And we can also visualize interventions. And we can see this close hand and focused on results. As we can see in many of our indicators, strategic management, different meetings where we analyze, etc. Now, this is JICA. And here, this was done some time ago that uses a different kind of language. And now it's been updated we have a new version. So all the systems but anyway, all the access is done uh, by the networks. So to get into the computer, they also use that same user. And so here, this is their initial page. Some of the dashboards that we can see here, there are many possibilities. And of course, we need to talk about how this works. So here we have separate indicators by each region, etc. Some information from these dashboards to support our management. And now Planeja is to manage and to monitor strategic planning. So from our strategic plan, we can record the data, manage the data, projects, programs, etc. So it's possible to monitor everything, such as transparency, continuous monitoring of the results. And this helps us a lot with planning and results in all different areas of these strategic actions and guarantees better planning. This is Planeja. It's what it looks like. Different projects. And here, each kind of system. And then we can visualize what's going on, the dates, and how each one is going. And now, valida. The idea is to manage and so if there's the need to have better control, so the whole process would be registered. And so it's support for the nursing team, and it's extremely important in this whole digital process and different routines, etc. So it's important to highlight systems that were developed that we can see here. And so you can see that we have these different systems. and this criteria, different projects. And so and here is one of the main screens that we can see in the dashboard. Some more relevant information here for the process. And EMOCAR for requests for transportation. Transportation and to monitor different results, because it's not only to request for a car or whatever. And so with this, we developed EMOCAR. And really the idea, but now we have all of these requests that are done in the system. And in order to log in, and with these different orders, we can think about the routes that make more sense. And so this is another dashboard, the dashboard for Hemo car. We know when the car is leaving, where it is, when it's arriving. This is Hemo car. Now to talk about ISTIHB for educational purposes. And so this is also an interesting process. And so the idea is to have statistical reports, everything that we need for different activities. And access to the system. And you don't have to worry about different passwords. And this facilitates registration of access control. So, Michele Castelo Branco will have different access control, but also control of users. Here's some dashboards. Here per modality. And here, different processes. And what did we think here to develop a system that has integration with our system? And so there you can visualize what donors are apt. according to different filters. And so the idea is to provide us with some kind of feedback, but you can also see the contacts, different reports. And the development was done in such a way that you can customize the service. And so you can only go on to another donor once you give this one some feedback. You need to give them some feedback. And then you have other options. And here I'm going to show you Convoca. And there are many interesting functions here. And so this is being updated. Convoca this is the complete tool, and we're transforming this into a whole new system. This is Convoca, and here we have some things. And so we have another version here, many other options that we can think about. And temperatura, to monitor temperature and temperature readings. And so and it was all manual. So temperature, to manage all things to do with temperature, reagents, components, and replacing manual control. And also the possibility of having audits. There's always an auditor to perform audits, to verify how things are going, etc. And so we have this installed in many labs, pharmacies. So a system, a very, very complete system. This is temperatura. Here we can see access, Fortaleza and Sobral. And everything to do with temperature. And now the donor portal. And so the different processes. And here, donors can have access to their own information. here with social workers, and the system was created thinking about this access to reports. And so to check if there are certain symptoms or other types of relevant information. And innovation, transparency. This is the donor portal, different access options. So different donor information that's available here. In this case, this donor can already donate, but when they cannot donate, they receive messages if they want to schedule. And there's also reports. They can obtain a report. And so there's a lot of information and a declaration that they have donated, and so much more. And Integra is being developed. A lot of this used to be done by phone. And here is this is all done electronically. And this can be done automatically. So no bags are released incorrectly. And so there's some alerts, etc. And then you have participation of different agencies, alerts, different requests for stock, for patients. Innovation that really connects. And so and systems where you could see where it's possible to provide support. And with all of this, you can make it happen. And so thank you so much. Wonderful. Now, let's interact. And I invite all the participants to join us. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating. Each talk, each topic, talking about innovation, innovation that saves lives, and the idea to improve services that are provided to our population. I have some questions. Sub-Zero system. Let's start with Sub-Zero. How the Sub-Zero system has contributed to improve thermal control and traceability, especially in critical phases like transportation and storage. Elde? Yeah, good afternoon. First, I would like to greet everyone. Dr. Michele, those that work with me. And director from Hemocentro. And the need to monitor temperature and moisture in some environments and some other transportation materials. So there was this need in partnership, and this tool that's still being developed, although it's quite advanced in its development, but now we have a hardware solution. And to remove any doubts, let's say the person went to have lunch and the pouch is now hot, and it's difficult to monitor where the blood bag was. And then the idea that of course, this is not possible because when these coolers leave, they're sealed. But there's this myth, this urban legend that we need to think about. So, thinking about a hospital or some kind of unit, they can arrive at a temperature in a guaranteed range. And we know that the bag is going to arrive unviolated. So real-time monitoring with GPS traceability in the hospital or at a given hemo center. We have the equipment installed and monitoring the temperature and moisture and doors. If a door is open for too long, there will be an alert. And that's the idea in Sub-Zero, to guarantee a temperature range for biological material. That's great. It's really interesting, these solutions that solve many problems, where there used to be a lot of rework, a lot of manual rework. So some great solutions so we can minimize this manual work and, work more on management guarantee that our product, valuable product, which is blood, can get to where it needs to get to with all the criteria, with the ideal temperature for our patients. That's great. Now, we have a question for Dr. Livia. Thank you for sharing with us. And here, how Compartilha has helped in collaborative management between hemocenters and reducing waste, for example. You talked about indicators, VBHC, health-based or value-based health. If you could say how can you explain these benefits? Hello, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity, for the invitation. I'd also like to greet Elde and others. So, Compartilha is really collaborative economy where we can monitor in real time supply and demand, where you have too much and where you don't have enough. Each substance, for example, even phenotyping to know where we have extra or where we don't have enough. And so I can know in real time and come up with daily reports where you need to transfer 10 bags that are O-negative platelets from Fortaleza to Iguatu because the stocks are lower and there's a need. So a system that takes into account different factors, such as the expiry date. And so it's difficult to work with products that have so many variations. So it's a critical factor. You know, when we think about ABO, Rh positive or negative types, phenotyping, so many products. So the goal really is to balance these stocks in real time and to reduce this level of waste. I did mention, but we had here from São Paulo, and there's another question here from Ceará. Not from Ceará, it's from São Paulo. Between the requisites, validity, the logistics. What about phenotyping? Right. In Ceará, we already have this in phenotyping because it increases the factor of compatibility in blood. But I know that in different states of Brazil, they still don't use exactly this kind of phenotyping for aggregation. And so we take into consideration expiry date, stock autonomy, how many days the stock is available. Also, other factors such as distance between the hemocenters, if that hemocenter has already a product under negotiation, the type of hemocomponent, and the level of phenotyping. Right, excellent. Dr. Michele, regarding hemosystem, someone's asking from Bahia if you can acquire such a system, how it works. They asked Elder the way to acquire the solution. After you can tell us how to do this. And some questions for Dr. Michele, if this is possible. Yeah, good afternoon. I'd like to greet all our partners and to talk about what we've been developing. And just to congratulate the event, because we do so much with technology, and I think we really need more events like this one. So our systems, when we talk about, making this available, it's really a partnership, We can talk more about this, collaborate. And so we need to talk more about this, and we need to share more. And so it's interesting. Of course, you can get in touch with me uh, directly. I can share my contact information. And so you can get in touch with me if you want to. Yes, Dr. Michele, the system was developed by Emosi's IT team or participation with another company, an outsourced company, to create such a tool. These are systems developed here. And so the hemo centers have different levels of complexity, and so we have other systems, many systems. Compacheira is just one of them. We have really many systems and other systems. So it's our team that grew. But, we're here growing more and more, and more systems being requested. Right. The IT team from Mossy. Congratulations to the whole team. And how to acquire Sub-Zero? How can we acquire Sub-Zero? Well, we're from the countryside of Paraíba, and we need to develop more tools. The Northeast is sometimes abandoned, left behind, and we need events like this to show that we can do it, and we can do it really well. It's very important, to have an environment or a forum such as this, because the pain points that we have and so I know what Emossi does. I know the work that Michele does. It's really amazing, amazing work. You have an amazing team. And we can integrate with different states, different entities. Information intelligence. This needs to be expanded. Now, trying to solve this problem in monitoring. We're thinking about doing pilots in other units, partnerships, and then, of course, it makes sense, right? So we need to share. We need to share. Everything that's good, we can scale. I think that's the way to go. And I think we need to have this characteristic. Partnerships and development. So I'd like to thank you for participating. You've been receiving a lot of praise here on YouTube and different platforms. We can't get to all the questions, unfortunately, but after our team is going to share these questions with you. Technical cooperation, everyone is really interested. So thank you. Thank you for participating. Thank you for sharing these solutions. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, so we're back here to the program. Let's begin yet another panel, another roundtable. And now, our roundtable we're going to talk more about this. So right now we have a break, actually. So at 3:50 p.m., we'll be back. Thank you. See you soon.
Em cada lugar do Brasil, há pessoas que precisam de cuidado, esperança e solidariedade. E o Instituto Pró-Hemo, IPH, nasceu com um propósito: salvar vidas e promover saúde através de atendimento gratuito e especializado, ações comunitárias e promoção da doação de sangue e cadastro de medula óssea no Brasil. Essa é a nossa história e você faz parte dela. Tudo começa com um ato de generosidade e amor ao próximo. Nosso trabalho, ao lado de cada hemocentro brasileiro, incentiva a doação de sangue e o cadastro de medula óssea, oferecendo esperança para quem precisa e fomentando a solidariedade entre as pessoas. Com mais de 16 mil atendimentos realizados desde 2021, ano em que a clínica IPH Saúde abriu suas portas, nosso maior desafio é oferecer uma saúde de qualidade para pessoas que muitas vezes não conseguem um atendimento especializado ou um diagnóstico preciso. Pacientes com doenças hematológicas. Acreditamos que a educação também salva vidas. Por isso, o IPH Educa está sempre pronto, oferecendo cursos de qualidade e formando profissionais preparados e com excelência na área da saúde. Cursos voltados para estudantes ou para profissionais que já trabalham na Hemorrede Nacional. Capacitar é transformar. A jornada do Instituto Pró-Hemo é feita de histórias, mas ainda há muito a fazer. Faça parte dessa transformação, seja um parceiro, ajude o IPH a salvar vidas e espalhar esperança. Lado a lado, já estamos fazendo a diferença. e solidariedade. E o Instituto Pró-Hemo, IPH, nasceu com um propósito: salvar vidas e promover saúde através de atendimento gratuito e especializado, ações comunitárias e promoção da doação de sangue e cadastro de medula óssea no Brasil. Essa é a nossa história e você faz parte dela. Tudo começa com um ato de generosidade e amor ao próximo. Nosso trabalho, ao lado de cada hemocentro brasileiro, incentiva a doação de sangue e o cadastro de medula óssea, oferecendo esperança para quem precisa e fomentando a solidariedade entre as pessoas. Com mais de 16 mil atendimentos realizados desde 2021, ano em que a clínica IPH Saúde abriu suas portas, nosso maior desafio é oferecer uma saúde de qualidade para pessoas que muitas vezes não conseguem um atendimento especializado ou um diagnóstico preciso. Pacientes com doenças hematológicas. Acreditamos que a educação também salva vidas. Por isso, o IPH Educa está sempre pronto, oferecendo cursos de qualidade e formando profissionais preparados e com excelência na área da saúde. Cursos voltados para estudantes ou para profissionais que já trabalham na Hemorrede Nacional. Capacitar é transformar. A jornada do Instituto Pró-Hemo é feita de histórias, mas ainda há muito a fazer. Faça parte dessa transformação, seja um parceiro, ajude o IPH a salvar vidas e espalhar esperança. Lado a lado, já estamos fazendo a diferença.
And so we're back, and now we're going to begin with a roundtable on technology innovation strategies associated to hemotherapy. And so we'd like to call Dr. Pedro Everson, who is coordinator for research in hemotherapy in Ceará and bioimpression for regeneration of skin lesions. Hello, my name is Pedro Everson, and I'm a specialist in clinical hematology. I work at Emosi, and I'm going to talk to you about this interesting work that we're doing here. Biological dressings. And so, as we know, the skin is the largest organ, protective barrier, and there is a problem in the world where we have chronic disease, and the problem is in the treatment. So research that involves new alternatives. The treatment is not very effective. And so we have some innovative ways to work with this kind of pathology. And so with 3D printing, we have been able to work with different areas with 3D printing. And so we create personalized dressings that can serve as a major potential to treat many wounds. So this is our special 3D printer. It's really a 3D bioplotter that's used for tissue engineering, but other things as well. So this is support for 3D printing. grafting. So many things are possible with different temperatures that we can control. And so we can use different materials, polymers, and cells. So here, there's high accuracy. We can control temperature, like I mentioned. And we can use different materials where we can design what we want to do. And so the project that we're developing here at Emosi, and now we're taking the next steps. So we have a substance that we use. And then we made the scaffold. And this is a preclinical model, so in mice, in vivo study. And to talk about more about bioimpression or bioplotting with the, we print in layers. And we created the scaffold as an alternative for the scarring of lesions or wounds. So we use a matrix, if you will, to incorporate bioactive substances. And this is even used in the food industry. In different types of food. It's biocompatible. And so this is based on different studies, and we use this to incorporate different substances. And like I mentioned, we use different amino acids and others, and regeneration and angiogenesis. So different levels of plasticity to be used in different wounds. And we use different layers. And the temperature was 90 degrees. And so we've proven that there's a physical characteristic of the membrane. There's good adherence to the skin. And so we did tests, physical and chemical tests, if you will. And so what we see here is sustainable release. And as I said, as we can see here, there's something quite curious here. This helps in the adherence of the material. Here we can see in a broad spectrum. Each thing here represents what we want to do. So we confirm that this incorporation has been maintained and very controlled and continuous. And so this is an open wound. And here we use diabetic and non-diabetic models and we divided these groups into a group without treatment, sham, and the control group. The control group, only the matrix, and a test group. And then we did different assessments, and now we're going to look at some results. Here we can see the different models. We did this kind of structure. And here to induce the wound. And here are the results. And then here up to 12 days. And what we see here and here, there was a lower reduction when compared to what was not treated. And so we looked at it statistically speaking. And then a collagen analysis was done. And antioxidants. Just to show you the histology. Here, the first, we can see the dye that was used for collagen deposits, and then we did the quantification of the collagen. And the test group, and the collagen is instrumental for a scarring process. And this compared to the group that didn't receive the treatment. Now, we know fibroblasts is very important in the scarring process, and there's this more elongated process, as you can see on the right-hand side, and so we observed in these different fields the fibroblasts in the treated group. And also biochemical tests. And we did worked on one of the main antioxidants. And what did we see from all of these tests? That the membrane has great antioxidant characteristics. And what we've seen is those that received membrane treatment and immunohistochemistry. And what's VEGF? It's a growth factor in the scarring process to guarantee angiogenesis and the production of collagen. And so what are we looking at here, basically? The treated group increased VEGF expression and FGF2 as well. So improved angiogenesis. This is confirmed. And fibroblast activity. And so there's the physical barrier, but also helped us with these substances. And so what do we imagine the impacts and benefits? There is a potential to accelerate scarring and reduces inflammation and oxidative stress and favors angiogenesis. And so this can benefit many patients. and what we want to do. So patients with diabetes, burn patients, and sickle cell anemia. And what are the next steps? So we have a lab where we receive many of these patients, and now we want to do a study, a pilot test, and of course we're going to send this to an ethics committee to begin some tests. We have some partnerships with university, in partnership with the Federal University of Ceará and the State University. And so these institutions and so there's a lot of expenditure, and so this occupies beds, for ulcers, for plastic surgery, and the idea is to release these compounds. And so this is a new frontier in regenerative medicine. And so this combination with these compounds has proven to be quite efficient. And the idea is this translation. And we obtained a patent, and we've submitted the article, and now we're planning to do this with patients. So thank you so much for the invitation to be able to speak here. Thank you. All right, coming back to our program, now we'd like to invite Dr. Renato Wimmerman, mechanical engineer and responsible for the 3D printing lab in Ceará. He's going to talk about 3D printing and support for surgery. Hello, I'm Renato Cândido, mechanical engineer, and I work with 3D printing. And so 3D breakthroughs have always been important. .3D printing and advanced health therapies. So 3D printing in health and so we have different types of 3D printers. So some of them where we can use different types of materials, and one that's a biological one, a bioplotter, if you will. And so working with different materials, depending on the stiffness of the materials. We have partnerships with different hospitals. And so here we can see different possibilities, starting from an X-ray. Here working with an X-ray. And this, we edit and then we print. But this impression will try and help. Here we can see how it's all done. And so we also have other types of impressions, so some specific supports for tubes, or also different things that we've been able to do. And the bioplotter, the 3D bioplotter, here we can see an example of the bioplotter. This can be used with food, with drugs, different services. And here, bioengineering and regenerative medicine, working with layers. So layer by layer until we design what we wanted to make. Some specific projects that were designed and made. Biomedical applications with cartilage, other types of tissue, and the research that we've done for burn victims and also sickle cell patients with ulcers and reconstruction. This partnership with WESI, and something that we've already done. Now, how was the scaffold developed? Well, we were having a certain difficulty with some of this material. And so we did a couple of closed layers, worked on a couple of closed layers, and then here we could cultivate and then grow. Also from UFC. And using pentoxifylline and tocopherol, calcium phosphate, and others. All of this is cut and can be used. This is for odontology or for dentistry. And so this has been used in different tests and whatnot and works really well. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. All right, so we're back now. It's very interesting to see how technology, AI, 3D printing, so many interesting solutions positively impacting different studies um, and all of the care. And so during the whole event, we've seen really a whole bunch of different technology and solutions that can be utilized. We saw temperature, different systems, AI, so that these technologies can bring about a positive impact in the way that we work to facilitate human work. Of course, the technologies will not have the decision-making power, clinical empathy, the way of that we work. They facilitate, they optimize. There's a more robust volume, like 10,000 things to look at. And so it's very difficult to have a team to do all of this so that we healthcare professionals can make more assertive decisions. So anyway, now we're going to have we're going to invite Dr. Renato Cândido and Dr. Pedro Everson so we can talk. There are many questions here, okay? So welcome. We'd like to welcome you in our hematology center in Ceará. So anyway, congratulations. Welcome to the event. This event is being interpreted into English, Spanish, and Portuguese. So a question for Dr. Pedro. This question comes from Espírito Santo. And what are the main technical challenges in bioimpression of customizable dressings? Customized dressings. Thank you for the invitation. It's a wonderful event. It's a great pleasure to contribute. So, trying to answer 3D printing in the last 10 years has grown a lot in many areas. You can even 3D print a house if you want. I saw a documentary that there's a 3D printer that can print a house. Oh, so this growth, today we have the possibility of printing biomaterials, and this will probably grow. I mean, we can print scaffolds. Maybe in the near future, we'll be able to print anything, really. So bioethical issues involved in all of this. As we know, wounds, we know this is a difficult kind of treatment. And so thinking about diabetes, etc., the idea of using bioimpression is really great. I mean, in our case, we made a dressing, and first preclinical tests. So what's a, it's on animals. We do this on animals. So we use mice or rats. So there are models. And there's this first test with animals. And then we go to the clinical part. So the first thing, we do a clinical trial. And so in a clinical trial, we have to go through a rigorous ethics committee. And then we go through this commission. If the project is approved, we have to show how many patients will be involved. There are 4 steps. Phase 1, we usually use a lower N number. And then a clinical trial. And then phase 2. And then we evaluate things, adverse reactions, dosing, if the concentration is enough. And phase 2, and then after phase 3, which is a multicentric study with universities that have partnerships with other centers. And then this biomaterial is tested throughout the world in different populations. And then the N increases. Then phase 4, commercialization. So it's the same principles such as cancer drug. And phase 4, post-commercialization. Sometimes and then you have side effects. And there's some drugs that have been used for gastritis. But phase 4 can serve for gastritis. So I know this was a long answer. Sorry about that. Yeah, these challenges, bioethical challenges, need to be legal. We have to go through all the phases 1, 2, and 3. Same protocols, just like a medication, just like drugs. So first, we start with animals, and then regulation from the ethics committee, and then applied in humans in a controlled fashion to guarantee in order to become a study. And to think about post-commercialization. There's another question here for Dr. Renato. How 3D printing has contributed for surgical planning, in time and risk in complex procedures. Well, good afternoon. I'm Renato from Emossi. And in terms of surgery, this has been helping us, helping in surgery. Surgery is a lot of planning. I'll give you an example of some buccomaxillo surgeries that we've done. And so there are different programs where we can change, we can cut some pieces that we don't need. Sometimes we have the x-ray from the whole entire head and we don't need all of that. And of course, the idea is to work with the prosthesis. And so we work on a printed version of the patient without working on the actual patient. And this can help a lot in reducing surgical time and other things like surgical guides to help and reduce surgery time, for example. So today 3D printing is helping in surgery to reduce time. Of course, some materials are being used in some patients, but most of the materials, especially what we work with, that's great. We note surgical time really impacts a lot in cost, hospital costs, and also the patient. Instead of being exposed, the issue of time, infection. So it's really great, the application of this. Today, you're only using for dentistry or something else where 3D printers have been used. Also, in pediatric surgery. So it's an X-ray. And then, this is where we're going to cut. It's used to help in the decision making. In order to explain, how the technique, what will be done, to show how the surgery will be. Especially for head and chest. That's great. Are there other applications for 3D printing or bioplotters? Yes. Some plastic parts that can be used. that can be designed and printed in labs. And so we try to design and print these things. That's great. That reduces costs. Sometimes instead of buying the whole thing, you can just have a part. Exactly. That's exactly it. That's really interesting. Excellent. I'd like to thank, just to add something, sorry, just to add something very quick. So with grafts, transplantations, scaffolds. We can graft. There's so many different uses. Materials, surgery, so many different applications with the use of 3D. It's really interesting. The huge quantity, so many possibilities that this technology offers, to help in health, to help patients. So the power to say, explaining to the family, to the parents, to reduce the time, so many benefits and applications in 3D printing. So I'd like to thank you guys for participating. Thank you so much. There's so many questions, of course. Thank you. But I'd like to thank you on behalf of our team. And I wish you all the best with your projects. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity. And now, with Hemocentros Unidos, we thank you and have an excellent event. All right, let's continue with the program. We talked about research and projects, technological innovation, and you can't do any of this without resources. So the last session that we're going to begin now, we're going to talk about opportunities. We're going to talk about fundraising opportunities for technology and innovation strategies. So Samuel Façanha and coordinator of the Niche Ceará network, who's going to talk about how to obtain funds through call for projects. Hello, everyone. My name is Samuel Façanha Câmara from UFC. My background is in research. I'm a doctorate in economy, postdoc in innovation management, post-graduation in business administration. This is our group, and I'm also working in the state government. So how to be competitive in call for projects, how we can understand some basic concepts, and how to structure strategies and what we do in different hemo centers, and how we can conduct and how to compete in these call for projects and positively impact the sector. So thinking about innovation, and everything started with Schumpeter, who created the idea of creative destruction. And thinking about innovation and to create something that we call innovation, but destroying things that already exist. So he starts to study this phenomenon. And then Richard Nelson evolutionary theory, how ecosystems are formed, how innovation takes place in different companies, and how NGOs can be involved in innovation. And so we start to work with this perspective. And so there's this characteristic. And so to create this impact, you need to create technological capacity. And technology and technology, when we apply to society, and this change creates some extra value in society. And so usually this happens through learning, and the learning process, regardless of what the process is, needs to be associated to any project that we want to submit to call for projects. This needs to be described and incorporated in the project. So here, just to show you an idea how this can evolve. And so here's the process that this process happens basically through learning. And market values or social value. And so the fact is that learning, this could be expressed in society. And we need to understand that this process is a process that proposes impacting innovation that can change, and even smaller things like small changes. And technology is not always high complexity. It can be knowledge. Like technology, someone who makes artisanal shoes, that's also a type of technology. So we need to understand that this whole process is within all of these concepts. Projects to obtain fundraising and call for projects. And we need to have minimum knowledge and how to propose more impact, you know. It doesn't mean that others aren't important, but impacts, important impacts that. And so this other theory that explains more about innovation, and they usually establish this niche. A niche is protection. And what we call regime here. So usually, for example, a university, an accelerator, and so this changes everything. So, in any sector, private sector, public sector, and you need to define innovation. And so gains that are associated to different logics or returns, and the strategy of the stakeholders regarding public policies, that can benefit from different markets. And from the perspective of innovation, and the possibility of connecting with markets that have been growing, such as the health market. We're talking about markets that are in evolution. So the fact is that the perspective of creating a niche for public health, mainly what we call a niche, but starting from public policies. Most projects or call for projects, they have usually some kind of public policy for innovation. There's an important author called Marina Mazzucato who solved an important idea, the idea of patient capital. It's that capital of private investment. And so a major part of evolution can come from these niches call for projects, resources that have been established in a more attractive manner for entrepreneurs or other organizations. And those that have call for projects that promote these resources in economic grants or subventions, category for private institutions, or NGOs. So the state, the government, to promote this kind of mechanism. And in health, this is especially true. And risks associated to this in human life. And so, an important event, an important program and so, since we can think about strategies and we want to connect, and institutions need to establish this logic that are present in the descriptions of call for projects. Access to these projects, it's very important to have strategies. First, to identify these call for projects, to know that they exist, and a detailed reading of the objectives. So, in this perspective, we need to look at what these call for projects want. What are the results? What are the impacts? Because proposals that can meet the needs of these policies, the original policy. And so we need to understand how these policies were created, what they propose, and how they're going to impact society. So these outputs that we see, and innovative products, so outputs and those results that come from this, and then diffuse impacts on society. So we need to understand this perspective. And this is a matrix of challenges. And public health in Brazil. Hemotherapy or anything related to technology in hemocenters. And where we're capable to meet the needs of technology. So two types of public policies, or public policies that are open, logic that's more based on innovation. And the knowledge produced now, an important system in Brazil that can be important, or Embrapiz, and so looking at the 96 different units where you register as a university, as a research institution, to be part of Embrapi. And many units and so an important issue is to discover these call for projects so Embrapi, there are different call for projects, high impact projects. So these are the different possibilities. And, partners of these hemo centers and Embrapi, depending on the situation, could be a great environment to gather different call for projects or associate the desire of a company to use resources from Embrapi through this perspective and to obtain important projects in partnership with industry or with Embrapi at different research throughout all the states in Brazil. So now, what I talked about before and innovation, the issue of SUS and technology, so I'm not really a specialist in this area. I apologize if this is not the correct classification, but I think this is an important challenge. And so you have different platforms and products that should be produced and delivered in final projects. And so we need to understand this whole ecosystem and these resources that are available. And then you can produce important results. We've been seeing in different universities in Ceará, for example, renewable energy. And so that these institutions can have more success and attract resources for innovation. So, innovation, major objectives, so based on that logic, associated to an event somewhere hidden, and such as Mission 2 about the industrial economic complex and resilient health to reduce vulnerabilities and expand access to health. This mission is the dependence that Brazil has to medical devices and inputs. And the idea is to reach 50% of all of this being made in Brazil, and the idea is 70% to come from Brazil. So the idea is to articulate production of industrial products, Brazilian products that can decrease this dependence that Brazil has. And this is important to study this mission. What's the logic behind this? Priority supply chains, etc., and medical devices. So these are very important resources, as you can see here, for drugs, vaccines, advanced therapies, medical devices, and you can connect if you have a good team to produce these projects. That's why it's interesting, to produce in environments with knowledge, accumulated knowledge, many years of experience, that can come up with projects to propose innovative projects in this sense. So it's an interesting proposal, this reindustrialization policy, the new Brazilian industry. So China, for example, other levels of work, and the FAPs, that the federal government invests in. So it's important to think about such projects and collaborative capacities. So, of course, depending on the collaboration. To think about innovation projects, we need to understand that we need to know the technology readiness level connected to the maturity of the technology. You test the technology and its maturity level. There are some serious problems related to this in Brazil. And 4 are the labs. And companies usually, or industry, they want to receive help, but they're not ready yet to use such technology. So they need to be mature in terms of their technology, and that's why we need to pay attention to technology readiness levels. And so this is important as a strategy. And so a wide range of applications in health, as we can see here. Technology. So almost all call for projects are based on these TRLs, and we need nowadays to think about open innovation. Alone, you can't do this. And so we need to establish in networks and we can talk about important instruments, co-creation. And today you include users right in the beginning of the development of the technology. And in health regulation, creation of a sandbox. These are development environments to develop new technologies that are protected from the regulation. And and lastly, we need to build a construction of networks, a competitive way of creating innovation and creating important projects, and to establish this logic with innovation, such as the Elmo helmet that was developed in Serra that created this network during the pandemic through important mechanisms in innovation networks and the capacity to create credibility, engagement, trust, looking at common objectives from different stakeholders. So that's what I wanted to share with you. I hope you've enjoyed it, and thank you so much. And so many things still need to be done in order for us to get there. And so, thank you so much and see you. Great. And now we invite Dr. Luis Ribeiro, who is a project analyst in financial support from the Ministry of Health. He's going to talk about fundraising through parliamentary amendments. Luis Carlos, I'm a technical advisor at the Ministry of Health, and we're invited to participate in the Symposium, Technology and Innovation for fundraising via parliamentary amendments. As we've been doing with some patients in our network in Brazil and fundraising is a form of funding to help. And so it's an opportunity for fundraising and so to obtain more resources, especially from the Ministry of Health. And we know that the needs are huge. Everybody wants resources. And this would be a way to obtain more resources. So using parliamentary amendments to do so, that's a way to improve and help with services where we need to structure different services, and the idea is to be able to do this in different states and to now we know and we have two types we have individual amendments and we have collective amendments. And two types, what we call bancada and from the commission. And so they are known to be used by different ministries and in Congress as well. And these individual amendments so the individual and the bancada and so to receive such resources, necessary action, how to obtain resources. And so it's not a rule, let's say, that's incorporated in some services. Different activities that can be incorporated. We see many problems with more expensive equipment. And more scarcity. And so to try and organize and so first you have to come up with a work plan that's clear and objective with a schedule or a calendar, if you will. And so we need to think about the amount for the amendment. Because if you have the correct amount, you'll know if this member of parliament can help you or not. Maybe the member of parliament, the MP, won't obtain all the resources that you're asking for, but a part. And so maybe one part can come from the Ministry of Health, or another part can come from the Ministry of Science and Technology. So there are different ways that you can think of working and different options. and resources to help you and to know. Of course, usually we think about the Ministry of Health. And of course, we need to think about what the ministry has to offer, what they have available. And so how to obtain parliamentary amendments? Like I said, this needs to be developed well. And anything that goes through the ministry, there's a program, there's a schedule to be followed. And so we have to think specifically some things about blood or hematology. So courses, capacity building. So when you talk to an MP and when they ask, and so we have here different parliamentary amendments for hemorrhage. And so these are resources that are linked to this kind of use. And of course, this is something that we can think of in this whole process. The Ministry of Health and so different programs, etc. The program has some booklets to help you out and to explain, as well as the National Health Fund that we have here on the screen. Now, what's very important to do with members of parliament, at least according to my experience. And so it depends on the municipality and the state. And many work, in the municipality or the state, so it's important to know the member of parliament from your state or from your municipality, and to know what they usually defend. If this is for health-related issue, or, and so we need to know what are the causes that this MP defends. And so perhaps you have to approach more than one MP. Maybe you have to knock on the door of various MPs. And so not all of them will defend this cause. And so it's important to perhaps approach more than one member of parliament. And it's very important to work with an MP that, can defend this cause, that will... Anyway, this is extremely important. Sending emails, getting in touch with that MP. You can perhaps schedule a meeting or a visit with this MP. So I think this is important. Perhaps invite him or her for breakfast or for lunch. So it's important to show an MP that this is important. And of course, anything that they need, This is important. That's the work that we do. So sometimes the MP doesn't know how things are done. And the importance of blood in health. All of this is important. And really to show the importance. You know, there's healthcare, etc. And so it's important to show different projects, target audience, capacity building or training, more control. There are different arguments to talk to members of parliament. So this proximity is so important, and to show them the impacts and to know, you know, we had some experience with the Ministry of Planning. And talking to different ministries, and, you know, and also another important point in approaching members of parliament, they're advisors. To convince their advisors, and their advisors can convince the member of parliament. So we know that we need to get in touch with advisors. This helps. And the Ministry of Health. And things that are important in terms of blood. And of course, MPs can help. And so if the state receives 100,000 reais, but there's also a max number. And we need to think about, all of these details, all of these things. So it's important to think we need to think of what the capital or the money is going to be used for, right? And costing. So, of course, so an MP can try and help. And so you need this option. And of course, there are cycles. And you have to pay attention to the different cycles. So that's why it's very important to look into this, to pay attention to all of these details. And so you may have some issues, and that's why we cannot lose resources. And sometimes we can lose out on resources if we don't plan accordingly, if we don't give ourselves enough time, if we don't pay attention to the programs that are available. So, plan accordingly, pay attention, look into all of these issues. When we think about this possibility of fundraising from parliamentary amendments, and this is extremely important. So we need to pay close attention when we put together a project to be presented to a member of parliament. And, what would be costing, etc. Everything that you do today, you need to, plan accordingly and think about how you're going to ask, how you're going to approach. And here are different types of objects that you could request to an MP. So, and if there are any questions, of course, if you need help, you can check out this law that's here below from March 7th, 2024. If you want to check and learn more, there is this possibility. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you. Like I mentioned, we have a certain difficulty to obtain parliamentary amendments. It's usually not something that's widely used. It's difficult to have access to a member of parliament. And we know that this kind of action also helps, but what we do together with MPs and to try and visit them and to try to bring them in, to try to bring them on board, explaining what the service is all about, what impact this will create in the population, what's the target audience. So I think this is important in obtaining the resource. So you can imagine if their office and if you request an object where it's possible to obtain funds and the need for this service. So that's why it's very important to have them close to a hemo center, showing the complexities. So this is going to impact way more. Where there's the need to come in with resources. Extremely important to have SUS. So it's very important. I mean, we need to show this. If we don't show, then so this contact is extremely important. So, thinking about a project, talking to the advisor, so we need to work together to change the scenario, because the scenario today, we don't receive a lot of parliamentary amendments in this sense, And I think we need to think more about this. We need to be more aware of this possibility. And we know that these resources may be available this year, but perhaps not next year. And so it's difficult. We know that there are many needs, and we need to be aware of that. So that's what I wanted to share with all of you. A, an important situation, and I think this is an important topic, and we can't lose sight of this. And so this is important to obtain resources and to make this a reality. So I think it's important. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm at your full disposal to clarify any doubts or to share more experience or more information to help to raise more funds. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. All right, so we're back and almost at the end of the program for today, and we'd like to invite now Dr. Louise and Dr. Samuel so that we can start our discussions. Welcome. And we also have the participation of Dr. Gabriela Vieira, who's coordinator of the of legal affairs. She's also going to help us to talk about mediation and the role of IPH in assisting with fundraising and resource management. It's really great to have this topic in our symposium. We talked so much about technology, and nobody can develop solutions or technology without any resources or fundraising. So, so many possibilities so that we could know the way, how to get there. And so anyway, thank you so much for being here with us. We have some questions here. I'm going to start with one question, which is about fundraising via call for projects. What are the aspects that make an innovation project more competitive in order to participate in these call for projects? Can I answer? Dr. Samuel? Yeah, great. Right. That's the $1 million question. It's always difficult to know exactly. But of course, call for projects. What are what's the criteria, the evaluation criteria? To really read the call for projects, to establish a good connection with the text and the objectives and evaluation criteria. So I think that's the first thing. You need to be very well aligned with the text. And so a public policy to encourage innovation in science and technology. And there's a mission, a purpose, and you need to adapt well to this. The strategies, etc. Now, also, the team, it's always important. So sometimes this needs a greater understanding. And sometimes what's not mentioned in the text, but in my opinion, is important, is the reputation of the institution that's sending the project, that's submitting the project. So it's interesting sometimes to get together with other institutions that has had other deliveries or more experience. Anyway, in one way or another, this may not be in the call for projects, but generally, I would say to read the call for projects well, to be as broad as possible in terms of the teams and the competence of the institution. And of course, each call for projects has a different story to tell and what has brought about approval of these projects. I would say that this is important, right? Like Dr. Samuel mentioned, that's the million-dollar question, right? Right, and we know that there are specificities and the way. I mean, the more the proposal is close to what's being requested, and then he mentioned something that's important, the reputation of the company or the institution, the organization. Now, we have another question from Maranhão talking about fundraising through parliamentary amendments. How can emo centers strengthen this dialogue for government and legislative representatives to use these amendments for technology and innovation? Dr. Luiz. Well, that's also a million-dollar question, I would say. Everybody wants these resources. I mean, we've reduced many of these resources, so most of these, with the help of members of parliament, that could perhaps help. And what we see in blood banks or hemo centers, that we receive very few amendments. And so, you know, we need to try to talk to members of parliament, you know, with meetings, to invite them to understand what the service is all about, the importance of the service, and for the population. So it's the different ways, it's a possible way to try and obtain such resources. Something that we've seen is that MPs are more open now. It used to be more difficult, you know, to schedule a meeting or like a visit. So I guess now it's more possible, this approximation. So this is something that we need to think about. And so this approximation would be important to show the importance of a hemo center. Okay, great. There's also a question for Dr. Luiz. We just had a decision, a brand new decision, October 31st from TCU, the possibility, I even have the text here, the amendments that they could also be allocated to pay for active staff. So you think to use the amendments with staff, with people, that changes things, makes it more difficult or easier? I think it makes it easier because, you know, not only hemo centers, but health services, it's staff, it's people. So difficulties in funding and human resources. I think, you know, this would be a way to raise funds, qualify staff and people. So I think this is important in terms of improvements, to have better professionals and that are well paid within the services, you know. Yeah, human resources are always a bottleneck, if you will, in these projects. They never want to pay for human resources. And now with this possibility, then that's interesting. Yeah, and even with what Dr. Samuel mentioned about uh, tech innovation and low complexity technicians that are in those institutions, the units, and where they make a difference, because quite often the hemo centers uh, invest in professionals, and so I think so. There is the possibility to have innovation, even if we're talking about low complexity. So I really believe, I mean, let's see how this is going to play out. It's something new. This is a decision now from October 31st. And so let's see what's going to happen in the future. Okay, great. So we still have two questions here. One for Gabriela. How Pró-Hemo Institute, Pró-Hemo Saúde has worked as an articulator in these different sources for innovation projects, more at a national level, if you will. Well, the partnership between institutions, public administration, and different entities has grown quite a lot, you know. There's an interesting study that was done with some federal agents, and we have these different policies and some interesting points, and I correlate some of these points. Expertise, technological maturity, experience. So if there is a problem, if there's an issue, and an interesting analogy, the Hemo Center understands the root of this problem, where it's come from, the consequences. We think about a solution, but we don't know exactly how to execute and how to present those projects to obtain amendments or participate in a call for projects. When this is not well presented within a project, they're not going to win. They're not going to sell. And so when you have this partnership, you have this network with an institution, you're at the forefront. Different projects, you know, the weaknesses, the bureaucracy, and furthermore, a private company, a private institution that can help to manage the resources, a mature team, a complete team. And why do I say this? Because that's what they do. They never replace, but they, where they have a mission. And so when there's a problem and there's a possible solution, we can help you to put this project together, putting together the plan and the project, and we can execute with a complete team and infrastructure, you know, lawyers, accountants, and then we can put this together. We can think together. We can think about costs. So we already know how much it costs, and so how much we're going to need in a year, and then putting together this plan, executing this plan, the results are easier, and it's way more practical, you know, because it's a mission. It's a nonprofit. we want that result as well. And that solution needs to be well implemented, well deployed, because after the project, the government needs to continue. So that's the partnership we do with expertise, with infrastructure, and that's what we do. Besides having experience, I mean, we've had some successful projects that came from parliamentary amendments where we've helped out a network that we helped to create. I mean, we have caravans, and anyway, I think this is what we can do as an institution. We can help in order to obtain funding so that the results can be reached. Because when we try to obtain an amendment, we need to present the results really well. They need to understand. So if you give them a project, they're going to skip all those things that we try to help, and they go to costs to understand how they're going to get to that final result. So this is a way that we can help, I guess. I think that's really the way to go. That's really interesting. You know, the minimum requirements and reputation. So when you have organization from civil society that has expertise, like the Institute works in a specific niche, which is in hemo centers, a very specialized area. When you detail the project, the impact of that project is important. The quantity of people that will be benefited with the project, with the product. You know, this is important because sometimes, you know, if I have a project where I have a definition where I'm going to reach out to 2,000 or 3,000 people that will directly impact 100,000 people. So, you know, the way that you describe the project, what's in the regulation, etc., that's important. That's where we're going to sell the idea, you know, to really come on board. That's important. So I see this also as extra elements that will make a difference, you know, for a call for projects or a parliamentary amendment. I really believe, you know, it's important to think of the niche because an example of the Pró-Hemo Institute, we participate in Hemocentro in Ceará, but others as well. We have other projects, and we understand this reality. We're never going to understand the same way, but we can follow. And when we follow, and the Hemo Center shares this pain, and it's not only belongs to that Hemo Center, these are other types of pain. And so this is shared pain, if you will. And we've already had the solution for other hemocenters. We've thought about this. We made mistakes, and we got some things right. So when there is this experience where it's been executed, it's been done, and they're going to help you put together a solution because you need to sell. So in a call for projects, you need to make it very clear, you know, the population that will be served and benefited with data, with numbers. That's important. That's why we have this network. That's why there's this co-participation, so that public policy, that result, the population that will have the results can see and benefit with this. That's what everybody's concerned about. That's what everybody wants at the end of the day. So that's what the Institute does. That's how we help. Excellent. We still have some questions here talking about resources for any segment. So it'd be really interesting. Is there any kind of planning from the Ministry of Health? Yes, we're trying to come up with a manual, you know, and also we're thinking about a course to deal with this. It's a proposal that we're thinking of to take this to a national level. Okay? Excellent. Amazing. Yeah, I think we really need to have the solutions and share others' pain, others' gaps. I mean, it's sort of a standardized routine. The work routine is very closed, the blood cycle and whatnot. So the needs are also these categorical needs, if you will. So to have the possibility for qualification so that everyone can have access, some that have more interests. So we need expertise. Not all hemo centers have this infrastructure behind them to guide, to really say what needs to be written. Sometimes it's difficult, like in call for projects. You send a proposal, not always what's written is what we understand that's there, the complexity, how the problem is written. So it's great to know that there is a plan to understand, what's going on. I mean, we had a previous moment in another workshop. Sometimes the call for projects are there, but people don't have the habit of visualizing. They don't have the practice or the habit of understanding, or they don't have the necessary title as a researcher or whatever. And so different and we really need to understand how all of this happens. So anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your collaboration, your contributions. This is really great. It's an eye-opener, really. Now people are asking me to accept one more question. They're insisting, but I'm going to finish here in Sarah. This is the last one. This is really the last one, the final round. Let me just take a look here. This is a question from Ceará, from here. We congratulate the excellent round table. And health resources need to have the necessary support for the development of innovation. There is a protocol indication where hemo centers can, I mean, is there a platform? Well, I can try and answer, but yes, the specificities in health. Now, there are different institutions. In Ceará, I know some, like Senai, that does this really well. They have a program where they talk about opportunities for science, technology, and innovation. Everyone can access Senai's website. They do this really important work. And so I think that perhaps this network can allocate people that can develop this competence, to prospect. You really, I mean, although there are institutions that are like beacons or lighthouses, but, they need to be competent enough to organize, or perhaps even some previous reading, who to send to, identify the better call for projects, and send this in a network by WhatsApp to people that have the capacity to submit projects to those call for projects. So this relationship between the opportunities in states and in Brazil and outside of Brazil, there's so many opportunities, and we need to have a team, that does all of this. And so with time, people improve their capacities. So the capacity to identify and distribute in a network that can submit projects. And so this chain of different competencies needs to be well structured so that this network, we can take advantage of these opportunities and to use these resources for innovation that really makes sense and will have a positive impact. And so I think, that's what we need to do. I don't know really the process of different institutions, but I'm available if you guys need anything. If you want to talk to me about something, I'm here. I do this at the university, and so I'm always available to help those that want to innovate. To always have this network for contributions. I think this is extremely important. Yeah, and just to add to that, yeah, it's important, to check different websites, CNPq, and to know how to read this and where to find this information. I think that's a way to go. And sometimes we don't know about some of these call for projects. And I think it's interesting, in the official diary or gazette of the government, where it's published, etc. Okay. Excellent. I'm anxious. Just a workshop with Dr. Louise and Dr. Samuel to teach us, the different ways and these important topics so we can learn to seek these funds. Sometimes we think they're very scarce, but, they're out there. There are call for projects. There is some money out there. And we had a project where we saw the possibilities, and we just need to knock on the right door, to use experts such as yourselves that understand. So, we have everything we need. And so thank you for participating. Thank you for helping us and to seek alternatives so that we can strengthen all of this in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you so much for collaborating. And after Of course, we're going to knock on your doors, okay? So that you can help us even further. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, it's really interesting to know that it's interesting to have access to these call for projects. And so I really like to thank you. Thank you for all the knowledge. Thank you for everything. I think we can talk more and more about this. This was actually just the tip of the iceberg, but on behalf of the Institute, we're here to talk to the hemo centers, to get together, to think together, you know. And we're totally available. We're here in person or online. So we can think about solutions together, or just to answer some questions. Yeah, exchange some ideas and experience. I think when we exchange ideas, it's great. And that's how we can grow together. This is how we can become more mature and to share knowledge. So, I have some news. We're at the end of the event, the end of the symposium. So I'd like to thank all of you who are still here with us. You know, this was a great program. We had a day full of interesting information about our specialty, about our special needs, and technology and solutions so we can apply and grow together within our network. So I'd like to invite all of you to learn more about the Pró-Hemo Institute. And the mission is to promote blood donations. And we always deal with this agenda, specialization and professional training and qualification, social projects that we have, and services that we have available. So the caravans, blood transfusions, and systems. So many possibilities that the Institute so we can strengthen ourselves and foster our network in all of Brazil. Thank you so much to all of you. Follow our socials. Always remember that there are different channels that you can get in touch with us. And we have proemosaude.org.br and Pró-Hemo Oficial on Instagram. And the more the better, the more the merrier. We're always better off when we're all together. And that's what we want, is to strengthen ourselves. Initially, I'd like to highlight IPH's initiative promoting this event with support from ISBT. This is a very important topic, especially because of the speed of what we see in research in terms of hematology. And so it's important to seek in other countries new knowledge and experience, comparing this with our reality. So it's very important, this partnership with France, that has contributed so much towards advances. This can be a starting point for new ideas and new partnerships, resulting in improvements in our hemo centers. Thank you so much.